Well, good morning, everybody. Thank you for coming along. My name is Rob Cameron, and it's nice to see so many friends in the room. Thank you for joining us for what I think is a really important day. It's just kicking off. I know many of you have got events to go to, so we're going to make sure that this panel finishes on time. This panel comes at the end of a COP where I think we can all say it's been a COP of firsts. And it's the first time that we've run a panel such as this at Nestlé. So let me start by introducing the panelists, and then we'll get started. So with me is Morgan Gillespie from FOLU, Laureen from the Kenyan National Farmers Association. We have Magdi Batato, currently EVP of Nestlé. And we also have Roberto Serrano Perosa from Brazil, His Excellency. Thank you for joining us. So it is a COP of firsts. It's the first time we've had a food systems declaration. I think that's a really important step forward for us. And what I want to do to kick off this panel is start with Morgan, because you've been at this work for some time. Can you start with some opening reflections, please, on what you've learned at this COP and how it's gone for you?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's such a pleasure to be here today. I feel like by the end of COP, everyone's sort of wandering around a bit aimlessly saying, like, what day is it? What time is it? But as Rob said, this COP has been absolutely transformational for food systems. It started with a bang with the UAE's declaration on food, signed by 150 countries now. It started with 137, I think, on the 1st of December. Now, this is going to set the stage and give everyone working in the food and land use systems, food systems transformation space, the political coverage that they need to accelerate action. And that's not all we've had. That was supported by a non-state actor call to action signed by businesses, financial institutions, farmers, indigenous peoples, signed by more than 150 organizations supporting the declaration. And that's not all. In addition to that, there is a philanthropic statement of support signed by more than 25 philanthropies committing to collaborate, to work together, to align their funding so that we can accelerate implementation. Now, that's sort of the baseline. Let's talk about the verticals, the content verticals, because food systems transformation is complex. We know that. We know we need to shift diets. We need to ensure healthy, affordable, nutritious food. And there is a declaration on global climate and health supported by the UAE. We know we need to scale productive and regenerative agriculture. And we had a COP28 presidency initiative supported by WBCSD, by BCG, bringing corporate commitments together to understand how many hectares can be transformed towards regenerative agriculture in a short period of time. And importantly, Rob, including the financing commitment behind it. Now, that was supported by Region 10, a platform working with farmers. Laureen has been working with us on this, where on the 6th of December, a framework for farm-level data was released. It will be consulted on for the next 12 months. And then we also had a lot of work on food loss and food waste, a separate philanthropic roadmap on food loss and food waste, giving detailed instructions in 7 countries as to how we can have food loss and food waste in line with SDG 12.3 by 2030. I've talked a lot already, right? But this is unprecedented. We have never seen anything like the tsunami of commitment, of action, and importantly, of accountability mechanisms before.
I couldn't agree more with that. And I think one of the things that we should remember, and I hope everybody in this room will take away, is not just the impact that this sequencing and this systems approach will have on food systems. The fact that a member state declaration has been supported by non-state actors in a really coordinated way, because that's how you drive change, when you get that kind of coordination. It's the first time it's happened in food, but it's the first time it's happened anywhere. And there's almost like, I wonder about a template that we're creating here in food systems for other sectors to pick up on. What do you think about that?
I mean, we, within the civil society community, bang on indefinitely about multi-stakeholder collaboration, right? And I think for the first time, we've really done multi-stakeholder collaboration, and it's taken 12 months of work. You know, I'll be honest, this has been a brutal year for many folks to drive the alignment necessary within civil society, within philanthropy, within the private sector, and engaging with the COP28 presidency. It's been blood, sweat, and tears by a huge number of organizations, but what united us was the shared vision of change and a commitment to work collaboratively together to build a united infrastructure, right? And so this template that you're talking about, I think, is something that can be used. What are the outcomes we're seeking to deliver? How do you break it down into its component parts? And how do you ensure light touch coordination, this connective tissue, so that everyone, sees the linkages behind these things? And we can talk about that a little bit more, I'm sure.
Well, one other thing I should have mentioned at the outset, and forgive me, because I know that you've got another announcement that you need to make, so you'll be leaving a little bit early. But before you go, I'm going to press you on whether we can get a sneak preview of what she's going to be going to announce. But we have to keep it secret in the room because it'll be under embargo. But we'll get to that before you go. Minister, I'd like to bring you in on this, because when Morgan talked about the process from here and this sequencing of initiatives, the Regenerative Landscapes Action Agenda has been set as a 2-year run to COP30. And I feel like there's something happening here, regardless of next year's COP, where it is, but that really what we've been thinking about is COP30. And Brazil has been showing extraordinary leadership over the last 18 months, I think it's fair to say. I remember being in Chez, and the way in which Brazilian voices were being heard literally and figuratively in Chez was extraordinary. Maybe you could reflect a little bit on the COP here, COP28, your take on it, and maybe give us some reflections on how things are changing in Brazil and your hopes for COP30.
Okay. Hello. Oh, good morning to everyone. Thank you for the invitation. I'm very pleased to be here in the name of the Brazilian government. And I would like to say that Brazil has changed its government this year, and President Lula changed the whole policy against deforestation in Brazil. So this year we already decreased the deforestation index to like 30% in Amazon. So it's a huge movement. And we're, thank you. And just some data that I could show you guys. It's the first time in the last 5 years, I should say, that Brazil deforested just a little bit more than 4,000 kilometers square, and so it's a huge mark for Brazil. We usually deforestate like 10,000 kilometers each year, and so this year is by half what we usually do. And this is looking for COP30. We are very grateful to hold COP30 in Belém, in Pará. And Brazil is doing a good job this year, and we started as a representative of agriculture in Brazil, a new program in Brazil which will convert degraded areas, degraded pasture areas into agriculture lands. And we think by doing that, that we will relieve the pressure on the forest. So we'll have lands that could convert to agriculture lands, and we do not need new deforestations to improve our production. And so that's one of the things that we are doing back in Brazil. And aside of that, we have a ministry, the Ministry of Environment, led by Marina, and she's doing such a great job that we stopped the deforestation, like as I said, by 30% this year, and we look to stop deforestation, illegal deforestation, by 2030. So it's a huge target for Brazil. We have a large country, we have a continental country, and it's very hard to do that. We need money also to do that, but Brazil is investing everything that we have to stop these deforestation possibilities. And I think we're doing a great job this year, but you gotta always keep caution on this. And so I think COP30, at the end of COP30, we will show the world what job we did and the possibilities that we can work with agriculture and environmentally and sustainable. That's what I think.
And it seems to me that one of the ambitions that you have is not just for yourself, it is for the world, because you will be bringing the world to COP in Pará. And I've met Governor Helder Barbalho, and he's very clear what he wants to achieve.
You see an end to deforestation by 2030, but you also mentioned livelihoods in what you said there. Maybe you could reflect a little bit on the importance of the livelihoods piece for Brazilian farmers and Brazilian forest dwellers.
Yeah, well, we have a whole bunch of programs in Brazil that think about this. And what I think it's very important is to how Brazil and the world, I would say, can save the Amazon forest and give sustainability to the people that live there. You know, we have 30 million people that live in the Amazon, and these people need to progress, they need to have a better life, they have the right to have a better life, and it's very difficult to live there. And so Brazil is also looking for that, and whatever it comes with this overview that we should help people and the forest. We have always to think about the people and the forest and the people. We cannot think about one thing only. And so
I couldn't agree more with that point. And in fact, funnily enough, we were doing a panel, 2 panels yesterday, and that same point came out that if we look at it through the lens of climate only or nature only, and we miss the livelihoods piece, we're missing the point. And if we need to bring that into the whole thinking, and possibly even starting with livelihoods, which I guess is where you would be thinking, Laureen. Maybe I could turn to you, because we were saying put the farmers at the heart of the action, and that's exactly what your life is all about. So maybe I'll put the question in 2 ways. Firstly, reflections on COP for you personally and your organization, and then maybe say a little bit about what the work is that you've been doing with Morgan and others to really represent farmers in this debate.
All right, thank you. So, well, I'm reflecting on 2 days, so I don't know what to reflect on, but 2 things, which...
Most of us were exhausted after 2 days, never mind 12, so, you know.
So I'm actually starting when everyone is exhausted. But 2 things that are unfortunate for me for this COP is that the global goal adaptation text is out and farmers are not mentioned as part of the solution. So that is where we start. I mean, why are we here? Why did we talk about the food systems? And actually, COP28 became the first on that. The global stock take text cover is also out, and farmers are not mentioned as a solution. I mean, it's unfortunate. So probably that is the most underwhelming thing. On this COP, but of course there is a lot of positives on this COP, and well, I hope our voices count so that farmers are actually acknowledged as part of the solution. But then now, as we talk about the role of farmers, I mean, the role of farmers is inherently tied to the earth. So there's not talking about food systems without the farmers. There's not talking about transformation without farmers. But then what we also need to know is that for farmers, land is their livelihood. That is how they take their kids to school. That is how they access health. That is how they feed their households. They feed their communities, and actually they also feed the world. So, I mean, you cannot take the discussion about food systems out without the farmers. And if that is their livelihood, I also believe that it's in their best interest to make it work. So having them at the center of it, having them as part of the solution is very important.
Couldn't agree more, and I'm sure everybody in this room would echo that. Magdi, I'm going to come to you in a moment, but just to give everybody a sense of where we're going next with this, so you're all fully aware of what's going to happen. Coming to Magdi, then I'm going to hear from Morgan again, because she has this other things she needs to get to. But I want you all to keep in mind, one of the things that strikes me about all the panels I've been to is that there's a huge amount of wisdom in the room, right? And I can see see nods from the wise people in the room. So if you have a question or a comment that you want to make, think about it, because we're going to be passing the microphone around shortly, so remember that as well. Magdi, you know, we're sitting here as colleagues, right? And we both know the story of how Nestlé has been working on this agenda, but I'd like you to give some, bearing in mind the transition you're going through, I'd like you to reflect on COP. I'd like you to reflect on where we're at in the transition that we're driving for. Gosh, it is on now, isn't it? That's the air conditioning coming on, by the way. Yeah, which is, it's a little bit hot up here, so we'll have it on for a bit, and if it gets too noisy, it'll go again. So reflections on COP and reflections on where we're at in Nestlé's journey on this, this transition, and then maybe a forward reflection to COP30. So 3 elements there.
Thank you, Rob. Just to maybe give a bit more color on the personal transition, because you mentioned it twice. This is my last act for Nestle as Chief Operations Officer because I'm retiring. So we have age limits in Switzerland. I can't go beyond a certain age, although I will be very happy to continue to work on sustainability. So reflections on COP. I think I agree with all what has been said. Compared to COP27, I think food is more at the center. And I guess stealing with pride what Gonzalo said on one of the panels where we were together, he said it has taken 27 COPs to at least bring food somewhere in the agenda. I hope, and I understand your frustration, Laureen, and I share it fully, I hope it will not take another 27 COPs to bring the farmers at the center of it. But I am hopeful because I feel there is an acceleration process. And I feel what has taken us 27 years will not take another 27 years. So hopefully in the coming couple of years and reflecting more about COP30, I think we all need to work together to bring farmers as part of the document. Because indeed, this transformation will not happen without farmers and without taking care of farmers' livelihoods. And that brings me to what we have done. I think we have understood this very early because as a company, we are an agro-based company. We understood very early that the sustainability of our business linked to agro-commodities is linked to how sustainable the farmers will be it ensuring that young farmers are picking up farming as opposed to going to urban places and abandoning farming, which will impact food security, be it, of course, their livelihood, but be it, of course, their role in the climate agenda, which we have set ourselves. Again, without them and the transition and moving towards more regenerative practices, we will not make that transition. So we have understood that many, many years back, and because we deal with 500,000 farmers directly, 5 million farmers indirectly, so farmers are at the core of what we do. But maybe coming quickly to our journey and how we embrace this journey. For us, you know, some of you remember it's Nestle Good Food, Good Life. And Good Food, Good Life is about good for you, good for the planet. So as a food company, we cannot only talk about the planet. We also need to talk about balanced diets. And it is our responsibility to try to help towards this and still have a decent business out of that. For example, all the plant-based alternatives that we have launched, be it meat alternatives, be it dairy alternatives, which are plant-based, does not mean we are not committed to dairy. We are, but we need some variety. We need to give people and consumers the choice. And for me, the whole journey, what is important for me is transparency. Nothing will happen without putting the facts on the table. And we have been working on that journey. We are not perfect, but we have improved. We have published for the first time where we are with our portfolio, you know, and we have adopted the Health Star rating. And for example, we know that nearly 60% of our products are Health Star rating 3.5 or above, but it means we need to work on the 40 other % that are not. So it also means that we have committed to grow more and faster the 60%. But you start with the transparency phase. But the same is for the climate part. We had to understand when we started this journey 20 years ago where we are. I mean, transparency around the value chain, it's complex. It's complex when you go to tier 2, tier 3 suppliers. As I said, we don't work with all the farmers directly. In some cases, work through intermediaries. So transparency is key. And I think what we have done there as well is to look at where the stuff comes from, what we can do. And 70%, 75% of our emissions, carbon emissions, are in the value chain of agriculture, you know, and scope 3. So, and it took us time to understand. It took us time, you know, before we make commitments to understand where we are and to move on that journey. So for me, transparency is key. Tackling the good for you part and the good for the planet part is also key. And I hope these things will advance on the agenda to COP30. I really believe in that, hopefully.
I think the transparency piece is very, very urgent, and I'm going to reflect a little bit more on that as this discussion continues, as to what we need from others as well as the actions we take ourselves. Now, with that, I mentioned, Morgan, that you are a little bit tight on time. Are you all right at the moment? Yeah? Yeah, good. Okay, so do you want to share what's happening next in terms of the announcement that you've got? And maybe just give us a little bit of colour on that?
Yes, but I also want to reflect on what we've just heard.
Please do.
I think two things. Laureen mentioned that farmers weren't mentioned in the negotiated text right now, the global stocktake text. FOLU, along with WWF and many, many others, back in October, released a letter calling for ambitious language. When we got the first iteration of the text last week and we saw no mentions, I think food, the literal word food was mentioned one time, no mention of food systems, we were all shocked and aghast. The community mobilized, a new letter was sent. We know that people have been feeding text to the negotiators in real time. We'll see the revised text tonight with a strong push for food systems. We might not get it, right? And quite often, COPs are narrated in these black and white wins or losses. The COP presidency, the UAE, put forward this declaration. It was just announced on the 1st of December. There has not been time for that language to filter through the international processes of the negotiators so that they have approved text. We are pushing behind the scenes, but you can maybe quote me on this. I reckon that come March, before Bonn, when we have 3 months to get iterated text to the negotiators, that we will see progress. I agree with Magdi. It's not going to take us 27 years to get food systems in the text. I think we might not get it now, but it will happen by March.
Bearing in mind the room that we've got, what would be an action that you would ask people in the room to pick up to help make that happen?
I was asking my team, I was like, we write these letters, loads of people sign on, do they make a difference?
That's my question, really.
Right?
Yeah.
Does it actually do anything? We're hearing from, our contacts inside, they do. Pressure works. United, consistent, collaborative pressure works. These are still democratic processes, right? The negotiators are country representatives. The countries represent their constituents. And so when we as people use our voice to put pressure on our country representatives, then that does make a difference. So continue to sign on to these letters, continue to respond energetically to this. That was piece one. Piece two on the journey. Nestle's been working on this for 20 years. And I was with Kevin Rabanovich from Mars yesterday. Yeah. We're still seeing corporate emissions increase, guys. We've had SBTI for 15 years. We have hundreds, 800, how many SBTI targets? We're still seeing corporate emissions tick up. That's not acceptable. We need to call that out. It has been plenty of time to set a target and to act. We need to see emissions reductions. The world is pissed off that oil and gas companies' emissions are going up. What about corporates? Corporates that have set the commitments, that have taken action, but have yet to deliver the goods. So what I want to see and what I think this community needs to be calling for is performance, delivery. We need to see emissions reductions. And I know that you guys can do it. I'm sure you guys probably already have, but I know that the multinationals can do it.
I need Magdi to say a word. Magdi, do you want to just quickly, because...
I just want to, as far as we are concerned, to correct the record that you might have in your mind. We have taken time to commit, but we have reduced in absolute values, absorbing growth, carbon.
Yep.
So peak carbon is behind us. Actually, it was in 2019. Peak methane is behind us because we track separately methane. Peak methane was in 2020. And it's reducing and we are absorbing growth. So we don't talk percentages or relative terms, we talk absolute carbon reductions. That's why it's harder, that's why it takes longer. And that's why for me, this is not a race to 2030, 2040, 2050. And when we dig into some of the other types of greenwashing, we look at the fact that actually they're picking up. We're going down, but it will take more time to go to absolute zero. This is fact. I'd rather not participate in a race, which is about talk, but do things which is about walk. And just rest reassured, I can show you all the facts. We publish them. In our case, it's absolute reduction of carbon.
Yeah, do you want to go?
No, I was about to say it. I feel like I could push on this panel because I was like 99% sure that Nestle has done an absolute reduction.
It's below the 2018 baseline, and we'll be reporting significant reductions in our 2023 report. So watch out for that.
Congratulations. And that's just fantastic. Okay, so on to the announcement. And it's a bit, we're going to take it back up, right? So come back up to the global level. We have this declaration, right? Now 150 heads of state committing to do something on food systems. That's raise the floor. But what we also need, and what we've seen time and time again that works, is a small group of actors racing towards implementation. And so today on the Al-Waha stage between 11:30 and 1:30, in a session hosted by the presidency on implementing the declaration, will be the launch of a new high ambition coalition, the Alliance of Champions. This is a small group of vanguard countries. There are 5 founding countries, which I am not at liberty to share right now, but you'll be very excited by them, who have committed to update their national food systems transformation plans in line with 10 priority actions that comprise food systems transformation. These 10 priority actions have been validated by the CGIAR. They will take those new food systems transformation plans and update their NDCs by 2025, and they will report annually on progress. Now, 5 countries might sound like a small number, but as we've said, we need to see ambitious implementation. This is not a commitment anymore. It is implementation with progress to be delivered by COP30 in 2025. So watch this space. Head over to the Al-Waha stage if you want to, between 11:30 and 1:30, and you'll find out who these countries are, who hopefully will be leading the way of food systems transformation.
Well, that's great to hear. And I think one of the things I think is so important about the declaration is not the declaration. It's all the stuff around it that kind of fits within it. And I think this coordinated piece and the idea that there's a champions group coming through is incredibly important. So whenever the moment comes when you need to slip away, slip away. You've heard this on, are you going to do that now? Okay, fine, good. Morgan, thank you so much for being here. Morgan's got to leave us, as I said, but if we could give her a recognition, thank you very much. I'll see you later. And I'm going to move over here. Right, now, let's talk a little bit more about farmers. And if that could, yeah, thank you. Let's talk a little bit more about farmers, Laureen. And you know, it's one thing to say, let's put the farmers at the center. But your farmers, I mean, you know, they're facing difficulties every day, right? Can you tell us a little bit about, if we're talking about driving progress from COP to COP, we've got 2 years before we get to Paris. What sorts of support do your farmers, the people you represent, what do they really need on the ground that's going to make the difference for them, do you think?
Okay. So it's in the little things that sometimes we don't talk about, but we all know that the structural changes need to happen right away because there's no time to waste. And there's a difference between talk and working. And I think the unfortunate bit is we really do have a lot of goodwill on paper, but then how we move them to the ground is what matters. But I would like to say that the first thing is we need to support farmer-led initiatives. When we talk about farmer-led initiatives, are those initiatives that are born out of indigenous knowledge, and then they have, of course, the solutions developed with research as well. So that is one thing. The other thing is there has to be policies in place, and not just policies that are very targeted, policies that are have gender perspectives, policies that have youth at the heart of it, because everyone is talking about the youth and the role in agriculture, but no one is supporting them to actually make this happen. But then we also have to talk about the root causes of these inequalities and address the social and economical inequalities. We talk about land tenure systems. We cannot talk about transformation without land tenure systems. We know women actually in Africa generally do the most of production, 70% of production. They have access, but they don't have control over that land. I mean, that is where the transformation has to start from. That is the same case for the youth. They have access, and actually for the youth it's totally different, because for me, as a woman, I wouldn't own land until I die. But then for a gentleman, I will have to wait for my parents to almost get to passing to do the succession. So that is also a challenge. But then the other thing is that we have to sort of work at realizing that farmers are a part of the solution, which is still not something that we really are acknowledging. And when we are to work together, then we have to co-create. And when we have to co-create, it means that it gives some sort of sustainability to it. We work with context-specific solutions. What works in Africa might not work in Asia. What works in Kenya might not work in something else. When we're talking about frameworks for outcomes for maybe regenerative agriculture, we cannot have a general framework. It won't fit in where I come from, the village I come from. I mean, so there are a lot of things. There's a lot of planning and setting very specific goals so that we are, at the end, we are accountable. If we are launching a system right now that we will talk about progress in COP30, do we have measurable outcomes? If we put an amount in that system or in that initiative, can we actually measure at COP30 and say, this is exactly what happened? This is the greenhouse gas emission that was reduced. So those are some of the things that we need to think about.
Thank you. So if I can summarize, remember local context, remember groups, marginalized groups, particularly youth and women, and make sure you've got appropriate targets in place. So those are 3 takeouts I'd take from what you just said. Roberto, I'm going to come to you next. Thinking about accelerating progress. Now we know there are certain, ranching, for instance, is one of Brazil's, one of the agricultural activities in Brazil that we know well, but there's also an awful lot of other commodities that coffee, cacao, etc. Can you tell us a little bit about how you see farming accelerating progress and what commodities you think that's going to happen and how you can accelerate in different commodities?
Okay, well, there are some things that I would like to say also. Brazil, like President Lula said, is willing to lead by example. So we adjust our goals, our climate goals to 2030. We reduce the deforestation this year, and we are launching a huge program of converting degraded pastures areas into agricultural lands. And this program, I repeat this program because we have in Brazil almost 160 million hectares of degraded pastures. And we are converting these pastures into agricultural land without any deforestation, any tree cutting. So we are very proud of that, and we have a target, like my colleague said here, we don't need an extra 20 years to do so. In Brazil, we started 50 years ago with 27 million hectares of productivity areas. And today we have 65 million hectares in agricultural lands, so it's increased by 40 million almost. And we want to add an extra 40 million in the next 10 years. So we will not need an extra 50 years to do that, because we have the technology, we have the tropical agriculture technology dominated by Embrapa, which is a state company in Brazil. And so we think we could deliver more to the world, saving the forests and bringing food to the people that need food. And we are very specialized in producing. And we have so many commodities, we have so many products that we can produce in Brazil, like you said. We have coffee, we have cocoa, we have rubber, we have maize, soybeans also, of course. We have beef, we have a lot of things that we could do for the world. And what I think it's more important to Brazil as a continental country is, and we have that already, but we gotta tell this to the world, is that we know that we cannot expand our production over the forests. So this is totally decided by the government now, and we're telling the people inside Brazil about that. And today we have a study that only 2% of the farmers in Brazil have some problem with illegalities. So we have 98% of Brazilian farmers under legal procedures. Right. So we're very proud of that also. But we think with this program we will add 40 million hectares in production areas that we will convert to this that you just said, to cocoa, to coffee, to another commodities, that we will help the world to have the food security that we need, and also to avoid any deforestation, extra deforestation that will happen around the world. And so we understand the importance of Amazon, of the forests in Brazil, and we're working on that very hard.
You touched on something there in the question of legal challenge, and I think that's an important part of the puzzle that we often overlook. When we think about issues like deforestation, sometimes it's simple things like land rights, the lack of land rights, people's rights to the land that are important in addressing this. And I think it's something that clearly the Brazilian authorities are very, very well aware of. We're certainly very aware of it in Nestlé as well, the importance of rights.
Yeah, sure. Well, like I said, we're doing so many things, so many projects. And what is different from the government point of view? I was hearing you guys and say, well, they have a point of view from the private sector, from the production, from the ONGs and stuff. But the government has a great power to induct what's going to happen. And what we're doing in Brazil is that. We know the importance that of the things we have about the forest, but also about feeding people around the world. And so, and now the government in Brazil is very, very, very compromised to avoid any deforestation and to increase production. Because you cannot just stop deforestation and stop increasing production, because people are growing, people are born in, and we need to feed these people. With the responsibility, of course, but we're doing that in Brazil. I can assure you now.
No, thank you very much for that. Now, I'm thinking about opening it up to the audience for some questions. Does anybody have a comment or a question that they'd like to kick us off with? I can see two here, and I know there's a microphone that was picked up. Yeah, there we are. Rana, if we go behind, and if you just name and then we'll come to the front. Men in blue shirts. This guy, yeah, right there. There we are. Yeah.
Good morning. My name is Lucas Daglish from I'm the Sustainability Manager at the British Meat Processors Association. It's just a comment, really, that the farmers' constituency have been approved to have an advocacy event at 11:15 this morning. I believe it's going to be diagonally opposite the outside of this building, and they've asked me to make sure that everybody's aware and bring.
So it's a farmers' event. Just say it again. Where it is?
I believe it's going to be diagonally opposite this in the main sort of
the hub area. Opposite.
The hub opposite.
Brilliant. Well,
at 11:15. I just wanted to make sure that everybody knew, and everybody is most welcome to join us.
It's helpfully timed 15 minutes at least after the close of this
event. It was
so
announced
no
at
one
10
need
o'clock
rush off.
night.
No one need rush off early. Excellent. Thank you. Job done. Peter.
Thanks very much, Rob. It's a comment first and then a question relating slightly to what we've discussed in the past. And apologies. Peter Elwin, I work for an organisation called Planet Tracker. We're a non-profit think tank focused on the financial system. Firstly, I think in terms of the wording in the GST and the GGA, so the big declarations, it does strike me that we might get it, which would be wonderful. We might not, which would be not so good. But actually what I can see on the panel here and at COP is a lot of really strong organisations pushing forward. It's wonderful if we have governments leading, but if we don't, we can lead and they'll catch up. So I think that's just a sort of a positive point. Building on that, Nestlé clearly is one of the leaders, and Magdi, congratulations on retiring on a high point. I think the fact you're actually reducing GHG emissions in absolute terms is amazing. Far too many companies are talking about intensity ratios, which doesn't take into account your point on emissions down while growth still continues to go up. So that's a big round of applause for you, I think. But there are lots and lots of other quite large companies in the system, in places like Brazil, in places like Kenya. How do we encourage those other businesses to follow your lead? And I guess that's really a question for the whole panel or any one of you.
Magdi first, and then any of the others want to come in.
Can you hear me? Yeah. No, look, I'll kick it off. Firstly, I believe in the power of a group approach. And starting with us as a company, we deal with thousands of suppliers. So to achieve our commitments, we had to take a lot of suppliers on board. Take, for example, regenerative agriculture. We have made commitments linked to the carbon reduction that I talked about earlier, that 20% of our ingredient will come from regenerative practices by 2025 and 50% by 2030. If you look at numbers, we're talking 14 million tons per year. So you can do the math yourself, 20% of 14 million tons, and it's around the corner. We are today around 10%. So we are halfway through, but we started 2-3 years ago. It has taken a lot of time to take the plane off, if I may put it this way, because you need to convince suppliers, you need to bring them on board, you need to put that requirement as part of a new standard or a new spec. We needed to pay premiums for that. Actually, that's why we declared that we will pay around 1.2, 1.5 billion Swiss francs over the coming 5 years to generate that pull in the market. So pulling suppliers with you is one part of the answer. But also the other part of the answer is working in pre-competitive fields, like what we did on Monday. We launched the regenerative agriculture landscape. We were with Danone, we were with Pepsi, we were with other companies. When we launched on Tuesday the Dairy Methane Action Alliance, we were with Danone, we were with Lactalis US, we were with Kraft Heinz, etc. So these projects, and actually we are discussing with Danone, we started for projects together in the dairy space, which are pre-competitive. And I think this is our way to contribute. Is it enough? Probably not, but I hope that that will be an inspiration for others, because it's like ecosystems. If each player pulls together its own ecosystem, then there's a snowball effect. Then ultimately we will get some momentum. But that's our way to contribute at our little scale, because yes, we're big, but we're still, you know, in the bigger scheme of things, we're still small.
Any other reflections? A quick one, Laureen? Yep.
No, not anything different, but I also think that governments are very important when we're talking about pulling together. And it depends on, actually, it goes back to the policies that are in place. If you do business, this is how you have to do it in my country. That is very important. But I also believe that each and every person's voice really matters. So whether it's the farmers' constituency, whether it's the business organization or constituencies, whether it's the youth or women and gender, everyone matters in a call. And just like he said, it becomes a snowball effect. Yeah.
I will let you into a little secret. I'll come to you in a minute. Peter and I had a conversation the other evening, and Peter was saying that part of the role of Planet Tracker is to help the sprinters, the Olympic sprinters, take a tenth of a second off their 100-meter time. And I said, yeah, well, we're fine with that. It's great. It's what we need. We all want to get better at it. But it's everybody else that's still on the couch that we need to get moving, a couch to 5K. And the way to do that is what you said earlier on, and I think you said it also, Roberto. It's about transparency. Transparency and shining a light on the lack of corporate performance. And Morgan made the point about the fact that some emissions are still going up from people that have made commitments. So there's another question. I think I saw a hand over there. And if anybody else over this side would like to make a comment, or, yep, okay, you're coming back again.
Well, thank you very much. Tobias Greis, I'm with the Danish Agriculture and Food Council, and also from the part of the farmers' constituency. There is a novel, A Tale of Two Cities, by Dickens from back in the 1800s.
It was the best of times, it was the worst of times.
Indeed. And in a sense, it describes the situation on the agricultural front at this COP. Because at events such as this one, and from the very outset, we had the best of times. We had the UAE declaration, 130 plus countries signing up for this. In the farmers' constituency, we've been pushing for years for adaptation, mitigation actions. We're pushing for more climate finance for agriculture and forestry. And we are sensing that it's going in the right direction. There will be a Standing Committee on Finance forum on agriculture soon. That's one thing. On the other side of the equation, We saw the complete breakdown for, no particularly good reason of the ag negotiations last week. And for some reason, as we speak in the GST text, every single civil society constituency is mentioned and thanked for their contribution except the farmers' constituency. And this is why farmers are taking, to the streets in a few minutes' time.
Yeah, I think that was the point that was made here, and I think that's a really important call out. And again, this group, all of you have a network, all of you have some form of agency, and we just need to keep banging this drum. And one other thing, incidentally, for the readers amongst you, the opening lines of A Tale of Two Cities, I think if I remember, it's 18 lines. It is a perfect description of COP. I mean, it just totally is. And just look at it. You'll find it on the web. It's worth it. Okay, any other points or comments, questions? I can see one from Robin here, and we've got another one over there. Let's come to Robin first.
Thank you so much. To pick up on that gap that we have between political will, and by the way, my name is Robin Anderson from Emerging Ag. We have 150 countries expressing political will. We have gaps in how that is translating, as Morgan said very nicely, into the negotiations, right? We really don't see that moving into the SSJW discussion, the state of the GGA and the GST. It's very unclear. We've got the gaps in terms of speaking about our farmers, but we've seen it in the declaration in a much more positive way. While we have Brazil here, is there a chance to get some signaling about how you see in the next 2 years of the management process to your COP, how these things might be brought together more effectively and what we should be doing in Baku and onwards to you?
Well, I think this is the most important question, how to deal with all these challenges that we have on the climate discussions and sustainability discussions. Well, Brazil has a position to show the world what we are doing. And what we are doing, we think, will inspire the rest of the world. And by doing so, I think in Brazil, we put everyone together on the same boat. We put the farmers, we put the activists, we put the environmentalists. So we discuss with everyone. And our government, this government in Brazil, especially this government, not the other government, we receive opinions, we discuss a lot, and we think that we got to be more positive in things than just, like my friend said, it's different when you talk and when you act. And Brazilian is acting now. So that's the main delivery that we have. We are acting now. We're not waiting for COP30. We are doing our job right now. And so that's, I think, the message is we got to act now and give the example of acting because we cannot wait more to other COPs or other meetings to discuss our situation. So we have a lot to show. We have a lot to explain to the world, and we have a lot to learn also. And we're open to that. Okay?
Very good. Thank you very much. We'll take one more here, and I'm conscious of time, so we'll start to... Oh, we got one more there as well. Yeah, okay.
Hello, everyone. I'm Lorenzo from the War Farmers Organization. And actually, Mr. Batato before said that 75% of emissions come from the value chain in agriculture. But I think here we should stress the word value chain more than agriculture. Otherwise, we think about farming as an emission-intensive activity, that it is sometimes, but it's also one of the few sequestration-intensive activities.
I think that point is very, very well made and important to remember. A source of emissions and a sink of emissions at the same time. Two truths, absolutely right. Let's go take one more here, and then I think we'll start wrapping up with some closing remarks on the panel. And we will be finishing at 5:02 sharp, promise.
It's not a question, it's just an update. Clearly, because there's going to be so many people at this advocacy event hosted by the Farmers Constituency, the venue has moved to the main concourse in front of the security checks at the metro station, and it will be at 11:30, so it gives everybody a bit more time to get there.
Either B1 or B8, but you'll find it on either side of the thing. That's the second advertisement that we've had. Now, some closing well, you know, we're open. we're a commercial business. The invoice is in the post. Roberto, any closing reflections? Was there something you wanted to? Yeah.
There is someone that I just saw that is a very good friend of mine.
Good to know that there's friends in the room. Yeah. Closing thought on where we go next in terms of progress to COP30 from you, sir.
Well, okay. Well, I think like I said, in Brazil, we will have the opportunity to show the road what we are doing, and while we are tackling the challenges in the Amazon region, and how we are communicating these issues with the farmers in Brazil, and how we can integrate the farmers and respect the forests. And so the COP in Brazil will be very different. It will not be the same as in Dubai, because we have a different situation in Brazil. But we will have some hot weather also over there. Be prepared for that. But I think in Brazil we will have this opportunity to show how we are integrated. Farmers, conservative organizations, government, and under national governments. And so I think we will have a lot to show in COP30, and we will expect you all to attend COP30.
Sounds like do, show, tell. Do it, show it, tell others.
Yes.
Laureen, coming to you for a closing reflection.
So, two things. The first one is we have to move from talk, of course, to action. And when we move from talk to action, it means we unlock the means of implementation. So that is finance, capacities, and technologies. And then the other thing is we have to collaborate. We cannot do this. No one entity can actually do it alone. So it means everyone has to come on board, and everyone has to, provide the support that we need to move to where we need to go. Thank you.
I'd like to build on the collaborate and turn it into collective action. It's action, collective action that we need most of all. Magdi, last thought from you.
I think building on your point about taking farming as an opportunity, I think you made the point about measurement, and it's an important point. I believe in technologies that will evolve, that we can have more sophisticated measures, using more artificial intelligence and things like that to capture that fantastic sinking of carbon into farming. But more broadly, I think focus on what you can control. I think if we focus on what we can control and can improve individually and as companies, I think we will be much better off. And I think it's a long journey. Let's be perseverant, but not impatient.
Wonderful. Thank you, Magdi. I'd like to warmly thank Roberto and Laureen. I'd also just like to acknowledge, Magdi said it at the beginning, but I'll say it again at the end. I think I'm right in saying, Magdi, this is, after a decades-long career in Nestlé, formally your last actual engagement on behalf of the company. So thanking the panelists, but also I think take the moment to thank Magdi for his decades of service. It's food day.
From outside.
I know you will.
If you continue to
Let's
do the right
get
thing.
out there and drive this thing forward. Thanks, everybody.
Everyone, welcome on behalf of ICC to this great and important discussion. My name is Sandra Hani. I'm the Global Policy Lead for Climate at ICC. I'm also have the honorable role to be the business and industry representative here on behalf of the global business community for the climate change process. So it's actually, it feels like a good break from the intense negotiations. I'm just coming out from adaptation discussions where the heat and pressure is rising. So I'm glad that there are some important discussions also outside the room happening. So just welcome on behalf of ICC, and particular thanks to ICC Argentina with all partners to put together this great event with a really great list of speakers that I will let you then to introduce. And as you all know, so ICC represents 45 million companies, more than 170 countries. We have many of the world's largest businesses, but also small and medium-sized enterprises, many business associations and chambers of commerce, and really working across sectors. And I think it's important to note that we are very committed to the Paris Agreement and driving sustainability. This has been integrated in the commitment we made for the next century, Declaration 2019, also endorsing the 1.5 goal and the IPCC report, and also support of a rules-based multilateral trading system under the auspices of the WTO. So also an important partner there, and bringing in the private sector voice. And I think one particular item I wanted to note that we see really a key missing link between trade and climate, and we're really pleased to see trade for the first time in a COP agenda, and we very closely worked with WTO, UAE presidency, as well as UNCTAD and ITC on these critical discussions. And I think there is a lot to do in terms of alignment. And one of the big questions that also our Secretary General outlined this year in several discussions, and I want to reiterate, is there are 4 big questions we are seeing. So how can we ensure that the global trade contributes positively to ambitious climate action? Where are the trade policy barriers to the deployment of climate solutions, and in this case also agricultural solution? How do we avoid climate policy becoming a source of frictions in the global trading system? And are there regulatory barriers that limit the potential of trade to contribute to net zero? So I think the only way, and John then said this as well, to get this right is really to engage the private sector. So this dialogue between business, governments and international multilateral organization is vital, I think, in particular on the deployment of technologies, climate green technologies and solutions, in particular coming from the agriculture sector. And I think this is why this discussion is so important, to really ensure that we can scale up solutions for adaptation and mitigation. And I think this is an important discussion. I wish you a fruitful conversation, exchange, and I will be running back to the negotiations. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Sandra. And let me mention, because we have a lot of people connected on the other side, plus those that are here that maybe they know you, and I think I would like to enhance and repeat what we discussed many times of the importance of you and your team in the leadership within ICC, and the work that ICC has been doing during the last 5 or 6 COPs in becoming the voice of human economic activity, right? Because what we're discussing and defending has to do with the livelihoods of billions of people on this planet that every day wake up and go to work. So Sandra, very much, thank you very much. And
thank you.
Thank you. Take care. Thanks. Okay, thank you very much. And today's panel has been organized, this event has been organized by ICC Brazil, ICC Argentina, and the ICC Agri-Food Hub, plus another organizations, one of which is GPS. And GPS is a network of organizations in the agribusiness sector in Argentina, Brazil, Paraguay, and Uruguay. And also the Argentine Rural Society is part of this activity, and the Buenos Aires Grain Exchange. So the idea behind this panel is to have a discussion between the EU or Europe and our countries and the Americas in general, and to discuss what is it that implies the global trading system and sustainability within trade, and how that should not affect the capacity of humanity to comply with the 1.5 degree trajectory. So today in this panel, we have 4 really very, very important speakers from great background or current leadership in their organizations. We have Ambassador Roberto Azevedo, who had a great role as leader, as General Director of the World Trade Organization in the defense of the principles of global trade, and we'll hear his presentation, which is extremely interesting. Then we'll have 2 farmers from very important organizations. Alex Peterson, who's the chair of the U.S. Dairy Expert Council, and Marcos Pereda, who's the vice president of the Argentine Rural Society. And to end in that vision of a European large company, we have Mario Ceruti, scusa, Mario Ceruti di Lavazza, who's just one of the greatest leaders in the coffee industry globally. So, so in today's panel, the idea, okay, there it is to discuss these new trade rules and regulations that are arising around climate change and these new requirements, right, that are shaping this global scenario. So we propose to talk about the opportunities and challenges that the farming and livestock sector will face, especially around these 3 main areas, right? First is the international standards and regulations to access international markets. The second one is how our farmers can modify their production methods, understanding greenhouse gas emissions and carbon sequestration in order to comply with these new regulations. And the third one has to do with investments, right? On how to make access to capital at costs, at weighted average capital costs that are competitive and that generate the necessary opportunities. And so before I pass the microphone to today's speakers, I would like to follow us in this vision, that probably you have seen this slope, right? And this slope comes from the initial idea of this came from IPCC's 1.5 degree report of 2018. But this one in particular was done by ICC and what's called the SME exponential roadmap. What we see here is that these sectors, energy, industry, buildings, and transportation, have to go to zero emissions, zero net emissions by 2050, right? In the middle is 2030, which is around 45% less emissions. But if you look at the yellow line, it says food, right? So that's our sector. We're supposed to more or less maintain the same emissions we have now, but instead of feeding the number of mouths that we feed today, it's a huge increase in headcount, in human headcount, and also a large increase in quality, right? It's incorporating maybe 2-3 billion people into the middle class. But on the bottom of this chart, you see how nature-based sources are today a source of emissions, right? Through tillage, deforestation, and other sources. And this vision of the 1.5 degree trajectory requires that we transform our ecosystems into huge carbon sinks. And that's why this dark green section is below zero. So that's the greatest challenge. I mean, it's a huge challenge to go from energy to zero emissions, but I think it's a much greater challenge to continue to feed humanity, at the same time decrease emissions, and incorporating mountains and mountains of carbon in our ecosystems. So I would like to ask Roberto to start and to generate that vision of trade and the multilateral trading system, how critical it is for us to work on that activity. So somehow, I think I'm not doing something right, but there it is, Roberto. And if you prefer to be standing, I think you can.
No, it's okay. I think
okay.
I can do it
Cool.
from here, and I will not be turning around for the presentation because I think the ideas are pretty simple. You know, I come to the COP and people are talking about, you know, the different paths and the different tracks that we have here. One of them being the official negotiations, and every time we talk about it and every time we hear about what's going on in negotiations, I have to tell you, I don't leave Dubai very optimistic. To the extent that we can't even agree what this major source of the problem is, then we have an even bigger problem. And the reality that we have to face is that it is very unlikely that we're going to have in the next few years some type of agreement with guidelines and clear pathway that will give countries guidance on what they need to do and how to behave and how to coordinate moving forward. But the reality is that climate change is not going to wait for us, right? So things are going to happen either way. Either the temperature is going to go up and emissions will continue to go up, or governments will begin to act on them on their own accord, unilaterally. And this is already happening, right? You look around, countries are doing what they think needs to be done. In the US, you have the IRA, and you have other, I'm giving just one example. In Europe, you have a number of legislations which try to address this issue as well. Carbon emissions, in particular, you have CBAM, which is from a trade perspective, very, very real and very, very clear. And you have other countries doing the same. Now, the problem we have is that there is no coordination whatsoever on the measures that are being adopted. And I have to tell you, some of the measures are, frankly, disputed by other members, right? By other countries. They're saying, okay, no, this is not the way. I mean, you're doing this, and by the way, you're protecting your producer, you're protecting you're supporting your producer, and you're introducing asymmetries. You're introducing imbalances, and you're upsetting the level playing field of competition. So I'm going to respond to that. Now, the type of response can be one of, I'm going to do the same. I will also provide subsidies or whatever to even things up. Or there may be more negative responses, like I'm going to retaliate. You know, you're doing this, I'm going to put, you know, similar barriers on your products as well. And this is not a good environment. This is not a good environment because at the end of the day, you may be taking measures that you think are going to help us to get to that point you said, where you have the 1.5 maximum capping there, 0 emissions by 2050. But you may then be provoking other measures that will be offsetting those, going precisely in the different direction. So this is not the path we want to be on. And then you say, okay, if countries are taking action, is there any body of guidelines internationally agreed that can give us some guidance at this point in time? And we're talking about trade here, and in terms of trade, you know, in the WTO, I had a chance to take a look at the agreements, and frankly, climate is not mentioned. The word climate doesn't show up anywhere. It's a book about this thick. The word climate is not there. Sustainability is probably mentioned once in the opening paragraph of the first agreement. And that's it. And it talks basically about sustainable development. Even then, it's a kind of an indirect reference to it. Why? Because, I mean, those texts were negotiated over time between 1940 and 1980. Nobody was talking about climate, nobody was talking about environment, nobody was talking about any of that, only very indirectly. So there is no guidance whatsoever. There is one article, Article 20, that tells members that nothing in that book can be read in a way that will preclude them from taking actions that will, for example, protect natural resources or protect the life of animals and plants and humans. But that's it. So it's a very, very, very vague guidance that we have in there. So we are basically in a world, living in a world today where unilateralism is prevailing and no coordination whatsoever. And that is extremely disruptive. We don't have any guidance. There is no forum for that kind of conversation, because if you are going to be totally inclusive, you're going to see all kinds of disruptions. They're not only the ones that you see here, but also geopolitical tensions are going to show up. All sorts of attrition that you see in the real world are going to pop up as well. So how do you begin to sort things out? And this is what worries me. We don't have anything there. My feeling is that it probably will begin with a bilateral conversation, so countries will be talking to each other and say, okay, you're doing this, this is hurting me, and if I do that, you may not like it, and so on and so forth. It's already happening. I think the US and Europe are talking a little bit about that, but still very contained, and just two countries, right, or two blocks. You need to be more inclusive, but if you are more inclusive, who do you bring in that conversation? Is it a regional agreement? Is it something like the OECD? But if you're at the OECD, whole continents are out of it, like Africa, for one. So it's very challenging, it's very worrying, and I feel that my presentation doesn't give you much answers other than to say, we have a problem. We have a problem. And I leave Dubai feeling that this is more true than ever.
Very interesting, Roberto. And let me, before I pass the microphone, ask you a question, because I would like the other speakers to have this in mind. When you read for the first time the Paris Accord, did you think then that the Paris Accord somehow had the elements that would lead to the disruption of global trade that we're seeing today? Or did you think back then that the Paris Accord was designed as not to interfere or not to create the...
Let me tell you this. You know, the first time I read a study in the WTO about CBAM, 2001. Because everybody knew this was coming. At the time, they called it BTAs, Border Tax Adjustments. Remember that? BTAs? Yeah. So everybody knew that we were going to get here. 20 years ago, we knew we were going to get here. And everybody knew that it was going to be very hard, that it was going to be very difficult. So we had 20 years to start a conversation, to meaningfully discuss the way forward. How do we address this? And those 20 years went by, we didn't do anything, and now countries are doing it out of their own volition. There is no coordination, there's no talk, there is nothing. So usually you have conversations and you have coordination moving forward when situation is so dire, so somber, that you don't have another option. You really have. And my hope is that we will avoid that, and that people will realize that we need to have this kind of conversation before we're over the abyss and there is no way back. So that's the reality. So I think it was pretty much predictable. We just didn't do anything about it.
Right. Yeah, you're right. That's a very interesting vision of this difficulty that 20 years ago, it was already on the horizon. So, Alex, I would like to go to you, and as U.S. Dairy Expert Council, if you can, before we go on to your farm or dairy farm activities and sustainability, if you can tell us your vision as chairman of this important organization on how you're seeing global trade and the difficulties and how you're preparing in-house for this challenge.
Yeah, so I would love to follow the ambassador with a contrast of good news, but unfortunately, I think I dovetail pretty neatly behind what his response is, and that's that how we've kind of been posturing. And I think as you come to COP, you kind of have an idea of what you'd like to see and what you'd like to see happen. But for our industry, it kind of starts with what we've done in background work, which fits into your point precisely, in that kind of unilaterally, as a U.S. dairy industry, we've seen this coming, as everybody has, as a response to consumer demands, customer demands, the sustainability of the planet, and the forever idea that farmers have that we have to do more with less inputs, which is a natural sustainability story. But as you add the context of why we're here, you're adding kind of some new elements. But the base theory has always been there for farmers. Anytime you get into a price cycle where you're in the red, so how do you try to get to the black? And a lot of times it's getting more efficient, which always does help. But what we've kind of done as a U.S. dairy industry is take our own initiative, which is, okay, how do we get in front of regulation that's going to be hindrance and prove that we can do things, with the carrot as opposed to the stick? And we've seen the beginnings of a lot of good successes in that. And as an industry, we know that we have to find financing to start these projects up front, because just like anything else, almost every new practice starts with a very high upfront cost that farmers, collectively you can invest in kind of strategic points, and then you do that with the hope and hopefully some good hypotheses that we can scale that to a point where it does become financially feasible for farmers to self-invest and go forward. So we've had, whether it's Pathways to Net Zero, Dairy Scale for Good, these are programs that we've kind of self-funded, but are just kind of Kickstarter programs, and which helps when you start to see a little success with that. The government, Secretary Vilsack, USDA, is a lot more willing to step in and say, hey, that's a great idea, we can support that. When you start to show a little success, people are quick to jump in if they think that a quick success will come following, that investment. And I think that's what we've done kind of unilaterally. But my leadership in the U.S. Dairy Export Council, what I see and would like to see, and we're starting, is finding partner markets and countries and dairy farming countries that we can collaborate with to share our successes, because there's not enough farmers on the planet. There's not enough people that have a good understanding of what we do, and I think COP is a pretty good representation of how that voice doesn't break through to enough decision makers. But if we can get more people on the same page, it's not just dairy products that we trade, it's that best practices, it's that advancement of the entire industry and building demand for something, which is what we hope to do. When we go around the world, we want to build demand for one of the most nutritious food products there is. And that helps, obviously, us. We're not Santa Claus. We're not here just to give. That helps us. But it also helps those industries in those markets. Because if there's demand for something, obviously there's a competitive advantage to who lives there and who's producing that product there. And we're not selling the whole mix everywhere in the world. Transportation is a factor. But working together, I think, so you start unilaterally, unfortunately or fortunately. But if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, you go together. And I think we're to the point now where I think we're a half a step in the right direction, that we need to do a better job of pulling in everybody else and saying, what have we invested in and proven that you can use? What good ideas do you have that I can use? My grandparents' generation, they knew everything about what was going on the farms in their community, like at the local feed mill. My parents kind of understood what was going on at the farms in our state and region. We have iPhones. I know I could find out what's going on in your farm in Argentina, and you can see what's going on in my farm. So we have these millions and millions of research farms across the world now, and I think we're figuring out better ways to communicate that, and best practices can be translated a lot quicker and a lot faster. And Bob Johansson is from a firm in California, but had a really good thought, that the future is already here, it's just not evenly distributed. And I think that that's a really fair point. Somebody somewhere has done something, and farmers especially, out of necessity, we innovate. Somebody somewhere's got a good idea. And I think time, in these, like in the 2020s, those ideas can be replicated a lot quicker than 10 years ago. So there's a little bit of hope there, maybe, but that's kind of where I would start with, Martin.
Great points, and I really like that vision that today is the time to work together globally on, and even beyond, as you were just mentioning, beyond the farm fences, right? How to interact with the other links of the value chain and how to grow forward. And going to Marcos, I think an interesting point that you just made is on self-investment, right? How farming globally, and yesterday at one of the presentations at ICA, it was mentioned how for very small farms globally, it's either their own money that they put at risk, or no one will come and say, okay, we have a loan or we have some sort of financial support. And well, in Argentina, of course, we're experts in that because the interest rate today is around 200% per year, which is something that makes things very difficult to go to a bank for a loan. And so
it's well under inflation.
Right, of course.
But the thing is that our production is lower than both.
Yeah. So Marcus, I'd like if you can give us that vision of the Argentine Rural Society, an organization founded in 1866, which is a long time ago.
You're right. Well, let me give you just a panorama of what our organization was and what it has to be, because we, as you said, have to be a global network. But so in a way, we need to be the transformers of our farmers' culture somehow. It's a big challenge. We, at the time in 1886, put Argentina's meat in the world, and it was the best meat in the world also. Now our association, has gone through many different situations, and we're in a process of transformation, as I just said. And I've been hearing both of you. It's very interesting. I believe, if we don't work together, but also with the people who are the great emissioners, they are the ones that need to come into this big picture. Landowners and farmers are the ones that can be a global sink. We saw this in your presentation. The only way to do this is, we need to be like farmers of carbon somehow. We need to balance farming carbon and farming food. So how do we do this? We have to create markets for that. This is what Article 6 is all about, isn't it? So long as we don't have the big emitters, the fossil energy producers, and we all, in some way, use a fossil energy. So somehow money has to go into the markets so that farmers can be carbon farmers. We need that. But we must not, we should keep producing food as well. So we have to balance that. There must be a market for food and a market for carbon. The world functions in a capitalist way. If we don't convince them to just do things better because there's a price, there's a carrot, there's no stick, sticks don't work. You said it well. It's going to be a mess if we have sticks. It only works with incentives. So we need to align ourselves with incentives. And it's a trajectory. We have to do it. I was yesterday in the panel where they were negotiating the clauses of the Article 6. It was such a mess, so many people. Impossible to get everybody on board. It takes time. The thing is, do we have time? So, I think the roadmap is easy. We need to make sustainability profitable. It's the only way. And this has to come through regulations. I mean, we have to understand that there is something that we're in common, that is our common house, and we have to take care of our common house. Until now, it wasn't necessary. Now it's necessary. I don't know if this is good enough.
No, very interesting, very interesting. And I like your point on that sustainability from a business perspective, right? From a strategic business and investment perspective, it must have a payback structure, right?
Because if we don't do it, it won't be enough.
Of course.
We will keep on repeating it, and no one will do it.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
While the global emitters, they keep on winning money. You know, it's not.
Of course.
It's bad business.
Yeah, and it can't be just keeping our balance sheets in the red, right? They must be, right, on the other end, right? They must be blue or black. It depends on where you look at it from. But I think going from those excellence points that you were just both making, I would like to ask Mario, because his company, right, which is a global leader in an ag commodity that, well, a series of ag commodities, but coffee in particular is so important. And you also have these programs you were telling us about that. Would you like to start from that end, from the farmer's end, on how you invest in sustainability and in positioning, and then go to the other end of the value chain?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you, Mario.
Thank you. No, in any case, yeah, me too. I had a presentation, but it's better to go more, more lively. Let me first of all just no, it's okay. Well, maybe we will distribute it and somebody will look at it. No, but we can come back on that. It's basically that is about the incoming the legislation, which actually is already there, the deforestation law in Europe, and some comments on that from the point of view of the trade. Yes or no, trade barrier, et cetera, et cetera. So that is a quite interesting one. But just to make a point on the very, very interesting point that the ambassador made, actually, I in a way, I agree that we should not really use sticks. But the key point, in my opinion, is that nobody remembers who are the guy that 20 years ago missed the opportunity. So there is no blame. There is no blame. So if I'm a politician today, why should I become worried about something that will happen in 20 years? I might, for sure, I would personally be dead, hopefully. Otherwise, it would be too boring for everybody. So if I don't even have to defend my historical performance, who cares? Who cares? So of course I will go after something that will happen tomorrow morning. The usual stuff everybody talks about, the interest for the politician to be just working the next 3 months, the same as the big corporation in the stock market and so on and so forth. But this is in my opinion, the key element we have to break. Because if we don't create, first of all, the interest, some kind of interest for the political people to take care of that, and one can be just the historical memory, they say, oh, that was really a very bad, because it missed the opportunity to do something for the world 20 years ago, 10 years ago, 50 years ago. And today, talking about climate is very much the same, very, very much the same. Who has a genuine interest in doing something? Who? That is the question. Yeah, money, more or less. And you know why? Because the consumer is not really enormously interested in that. So yes, a lot of companies are buying credit, selling credit, whatever, but it's not really an incredible advantage. And the more it becomes business as usual, the less there is an advantage. So from that point of view, we really have to consider who has a genuine interest in doing something. So, and I think we cannot just hope that there will be, highlighted people that are putting that in practice. No, some highlighted politician that will. So, anyway, this is just a comment to react on this very interesting point. Now, just a few words about the legislation and deforestation, etc. We started. Lavazza is a roasting company. We are the biggest in the world as a private company and the 5th or the 6th in volume. And I like to stress the fact that we are a private company because it actually makes it much more easy to be the sustainability officer as I am, but also it makes it much easier to do things in the practical terms, simply because our decision process is, of course, much quicker than any other way. So one of the things that we did, for example, 4 years ago, we started to create a deforestation-free product. We were working with the starting point was an initial activity of the Italian Ministry of Environment, and then was UNDP, and then the government of Ecuador. And we worked a few years with them to define the criteria to have a product that you can name it deforestation free. And unfortunately, that was absolutely unseen by the European government. So the legislation that is coming out is actually trying to solve an enormously complex problem, just or more or less with a mentality of some simple activity, which unfortunately is not. So I have to say that in my opinion, either there will be no particular impact on trees, since we are talking deforestation, and at the end is a way to shift a political responsibility to companies now. So of course, company will have to comply, obviously, because again, this is another very interesting point, that the onus of the proof has been changed. And this is, first of all, in my opinion, not a particularly nice thing to do. It's not a particularly democratic thing to do. And it's basically a way to say, okay, I cannot do it, you do it, because otherwise I will basically destroy you and everybody that is connected with you. But the reality is that for sure, I can be absolutely sure that the objective will not be reached. That's for sure. Now, the question is, in terms of trade barriers, what are the consequences that are going to happen to the, and of course, I forgot to tell before, I'm only talking about coffee. This is the only thing I know, so please don't generalize, that is already too complex, just one product. But in reality, a lot of the coffee countries will not be able to comply. A lot of the operators, a lot of companies, and for sure, an enormous number of coffee growers, coffee is basically a smallholder's product, will not be able to comply, for sure, 100%. So what will happen? Basically, they will have the European market out of the site. They will not be able to sell to the market. So, and this is the same from our point of view. There is a fine. If you don't comply, and you are responsible for 5 years, so that's the mechanism. You import the goods, you make a declaration. The declaration basically will be, this coffee comes from that GPS point, yes, that GPS point, and that point is Mr. Pedro Gonzalez, and Pedro Gonzalez didn't cut trees in the last 4 or 5 years, whatever it is, since the 1st of January 20. True or not true, the fact is that if there is a mistake, if something is wrong, the penalty for the importer, so for us, is actually, and again, the law is a bit confused, but says up to at least 4% of sales. So for a company like Lavazza, just to give you an idea, is $120 million fine, euros fine. And we do about 3,000 single operation a year. So we are actually risking $120 million, 3,000 times a year, only talking about coffee. So basically, this is a way to tell you that is absolutely ridiculous. It's not even, I don't even know how to say that. But the point, again, is not, I'm not here to defend the company point of view, but simply to say that we started to try to work for deforestation because there is no need for coffee to deforest. You work all the numbers, just a relatively small increase in productivity, and there is plenty of opportunities, is more than enough for at least the next 20 years growth in demand to satisfy that demand. So there is no need to deforest. But you need to protect the forest. And the coffee can actually do it very well, but not in this system. So this, in our opinion, the risk is that it will actually become a strong trade barrier, at least for some country, and will not, unfortunately, benefit the objective we want. And the last point of view I wanted to share with you, I don't know if you heard about, but there is a lot of cases that is this concept of unintended consequences. This is very used, and it's a kind of waving, no? So everything that is an unintended consequence. So I'm sorry, but it's an unintended consequence. Now, what I'm arguing is that if I speak with a doctor, and the doctor tells me, you know what, if you do this, this will happen, I cannot continue to say that is an unintended consequences. It's no longer unintended. So if you believe me, as I do, that I am an expert in coffee, it's 37 years that I work in coffee. So give me, the benefit of considering me an expert in coffee. Now, if you ask me something and I tell you what I think, and maybe you ask another 10 people, you cannot say, oh, it's an unintended consequences, because I told you what is going to happen. I'm an expert. In talking about coffee, I think I'm a bit of a doctor. So if I tell you that this will happen, it's not unintended anymore. And so this is a way to keep the politician responsible, because it's too easy to say, oh, I didn't want to. No? So if you go to an expert, say, what happens if I burn a house? Well, if you burn, the house will burn. So you cannot say, oh, I just wanted to light a fire, but it's an unintended consequences that the whole house burned. This is not acceptable anymore. So our responsibility is to make it very clear that there are not unintended consequences. You have to think about before, with technical people involved, and make it a point of not having unintended consequences, but only consequences that you want to have, which hopefully will be the one, in this particular case, of protecting the trees, of limiting deforestation, etc. Thank you.
No, very interesting, Mario, very interesting. And I would like to go from that idea that you're leaving this great vision of unintended consequences coming from politicians designing policies like the CBAM or this other deforestation-free vision of the fine. And I would go back to Roberto. I would like to ask you if, from a WTO perspective, from your experience in the global multilateral trading system, since climate change is about investments, we saw during the last 2 years the publication of 5 or 6 documents of very relevant organizations that explain how the total investment in climate change will range from $130 trillion to $270 trillion, which are monstrous numbers. Did you think when that from a WTO perspective that these unilateral trade barriers would impact so dramatically in investments and in the capacity of the global real economy world to deliver the necessary resources to where it's needed? Or how do you see that link, right, between investments, capital cost, and climate change or these unilateral regulations on?
Yeah, well, first, it's clear that governments don't have that kind of money, right? So they're not going to do it, right? So that's clear. International financial institutions don't have it either. So at the end of the day, it's going to be the private sector, the productive sector that will have, like you said, that you were doing for a while with the help from the government, but you were doing that spontaneously. Now, for that to happen, you have to provide the right stimulus. You have to provide the incentives for the producer to shift in that direction. And then if every single one, those millions of producers in ag, but also in industry and in other areas, begin to make that kind of investment, if you add that up, then you can get to that kind of money. But otherwise, it's not going to happen. Now, the problem that I see today, to some extent, is that, for example, you gave the example of the doctor. The doctor said, okay, you know, these barriers are going to come, so you have to take your medicine so that you are not affected by those barriers. And you say, okay, so what do I have to do? No, that's very easy. Here's the medicine. You take that medicine and you're all good. And you say, how much does it cost? He says, $1 million. And I said, well, my salary is $1,000. How am I going to pay for $1 million like that? And you say, well, that I don't know. That I don't know. So that's the situation too, right? Because at the end of the day, they don't have the resources to do that. And I'm talking about countries, many countries who are developing countries and some who are very poor. And they are not going to have those kind of resources. So how are you going to prescribe that medicine? So it's pretty easy, just transition to regenerative agriculture, sequester a few carbon, and that's good. You know, you're fine, you're good. I said, but doctor, I can't do it by myself, I can't do it. So that's one thing. The other thing that I think is very important, you were talking, for example, about the efforts that were being done in the dairy industry in the US and everything. The dairy industry is very different from country to country. And not only the dairy industry, the meat industry is very different from country to country. The cows are created in completely different ways. Some are confined. They eat industrialized, how do you call it? Feed, yeah. And others are just out there, you know, eating grass and living out there. The metrics for calculating the carbon footprint for a cow in the northern hemisphere, in the southern hemisphere, completely different. So I think that's the kind of discussion that either you are more granular about it and you do it on a scientific basis, or you're going to sow mistrust. People are not going to believe it. They're going to say, oh, this is just protectionism. You know, you're just protecting your industry. You're not even interested in listening to me. You don't want to hear me. You know, you're just wanting to introduce your measures and you want me to somehow comply, and all of a sudden, the principle of differentiated responsibilities is upside down. Because then I have to pay for the transition, not you. I'm the one who's paying for the transition. So politically, this is very sensitive. And you have to be mindful of those distortions and the consequences, intended or not, of the behavior that we see sometimes when people just don't want to hear. They think that they have the truth and they know what to do and this is what needs to be done, and you just conform. It doesn't happen like that.
Please
go ahead.
I would just say that I have the truth, I know what to do, and it needs to be done. No, I'm just kidding, Ambassador. So I think, so that's the common thought is, U.S. dairy is, large, commercial, efficient farms. Like my farm is 150 cows on a pasture-based system with, some silvopasture and but I think that's what the beauty of the U.S. is we are big enough and diverse enough that we do have just about every type of dairy around the world. Mm-hmm. We have that kind of microcosm somewhere in the States, and that's honestly what has made our progress a little more difficult, because it's not, the one cookie cutter option. And I think that's where it's going to help as we partner with other parts of the world, because no matter if it's, Argentina or developing dairy countries, as we probably have a system that's very similar to theirs. Mm-hmm. And I think I'm a farmer, so I have to be more optimistic because I work in a generational business, and I haven't been in government, so I'm not totally jaded yet. But we... Don't make me go there, Marcus. But the hope is you invest in these things, and just like 20 years ago, a flat screen TV was something that very few people could afford, and now we all have flat screen TVs in our pockets. Everywhere in the world, essentially. And so I think things can scale very quickly, and a rumen is a great example of an archaic technology that can be used to function incredibly well, no matter where you are. And the principles are the same. Just like we all use wheels to get here. It's ancient, but it works so well, and that's why we keep using it. And I think, and that's why it's such a great solution for where we're going. But I think we do have quite the hill to push the boulder up to get there.
No, Alex, great point. And I really liked Roberto's point on trust. But I think I would like from the audience to hear comments or questions. Oh, Gabi? Or please.
Thank you. That's very kind of this lady, because she's had her hand up for ages. So very, very quickly.
Indeed.
Sarah Mukherjee, I'm Chief Executive of a Global Institute for Sustainability Professionals. Apologies for not being here to begin with, but I'm just wondering, I haven't heard TCFD or TCND being talked about. Now, I advise quite a few big retailers in the UK. There's a feeling this is a kind of depth charge which will blow up in a lot of people's faces soon because climate-related risks are immense for the agriculture industry, and when suppliers have to start using that in their annual report. So I'm just wondering what your thoughts are. And on the point about collaboration flat screens, people want flat screens. Do they necessarily want low carbon food? And how do we push that consumer demand as well? Thank you.
Well, you know that the idea behind this panel, when we started discussing how to put it together, was specifically around risk, about transition risk, how all these elements, right, the IRA or the CBAM or the others, what they are really doing is maybe increasing the capacity inland to mitigate emissions, but creating such enormous transition risk for the other countries, for the other farmers, for the other industries, the others, right, that it makes almost impossible for those financial resources to go to those countries. I don't know if any of you, okay. Then let's go to Gabi.
Thank you, Martin. And this has been a really refreshing conversation. Gabriela from ICC Brazil. And obviously, Brazilian companies are following this very closely, both on the CBAM front and on the deforestation as well. And I think one of the frustrating things about COP, even though it's a fantastic moment to all be together and follow the negotiations, but is that we know what the issues are, but we can't seem to find a small thread of, well, this is maybe where we start. And Mario, I think your point is fantastic. You know, we're asking the other end to foot the bill, and we're looking at very small farmers, and it's a huge, massive cost that will have to be absorbed, not only in terms of financial, but just operationally. How do you do that? And the reality is you're going to have big farmers with GPS and everything, but you're going to have the micro farmer that, you know, has his sons working, and it's really challenging. But what we've been dreadfully trying to find is, where do we start? Even, I don't care if it's a small carrot that you're beating people with or a stage just to poke people, but we just can't seem to find one way. Is it private sector to private sector? It's just any ideas and suggestions, you know, all of these great associations on how we can start working better, even if it's, and I know Roberto might not be a fan, but unilaterally, and to start finding solutions very practically on this issue. And happy to put ICC forward to coordinate anything that we can start thinking of solutions rather than we understand the problem.
Great. Can I get that one? Yes, please.
Okay. Well, in our association, what we believe, Argentina is pretty well endowed in terms of sustainability. We do no-till in 90% of our croplands. We have grasslands in our beef at more or less 85–90%. Only the finishing part goes into feedlot, into confinement. So what we're doing, and we promote, and what we, as an association, first to measure every farm individually, and after that, build with each one a roadmap as to what are the developments that have to be done. We intend to do that through a certification. And probably this will have some demand, but this demand depends on the alignment of incentives, as we all said. I mean, so long as a farmer sees that this certification, he can turn around and convert it into cash, this will work. If not, I mean, people, the first thing they say is, why should I do something? I mean, was it for me?
And I'll make one final comment, then I have to run, Martin. But and I think the reason why it's so important for farmers to at least have a voice at the table as we're discussing things is Marcos and I will tell you very quickly if something is just a good theory or if it's a practicable solution that can and would be implemented. And what's the point of just talking a theory? Yeah, I mean, it may need a little more iteration, but I think there's that helps with the end in mind.
But before you go, I would like you to do your last contribution to this panel. And since this is transmitted via internet and is being recorded, I would like you to leave a message to those voters in those countries that have a negative vision of what is it that we do on our farms, of our products, because in the end, it's them voting the politicians that we discussed at first that take these decisions and that create all these instruments that create a ripple effect that won't make the 1.5 degree trajectory viable. What message would you leave them?
Yeah, I would say the agricultural space and farmers, and in my perspective, dairy, we have opportunity to be a tremendous sink of carbon. We have motive. We work in generational businesses. I've got the next generation on my farm that we're looking to pass on to, and generation after that. So we have that motive, and we are providing nutrition. And nutrition is not optional as we have these discussions. And nourishing people is our primary focus, and that's what makes me proud to do what I do, because I'm nourishing people and I get to care for my animals and I get to care for my land and I get to do it with my family. And that's, I think anybody who's spent time with a farmer, they know how sincere they are about those things.
Great, Alex. Thank you very much. You can run, but the others have to stay. But yeah. Okay. But I don't know if there is any other comment or question from the audience that. But if not, since we're almost on time, I would like to pass the same question. What message would you leave for those people that will be hearing this this video that will be on YouTube for now? And we're seeing how last year's videos were continuously being checked this week and the week before. I don't know who wants to start with what message.
Yes, I can.
Mario.
Yes, I can, with pleasure. Well, actually, really, I would like to address the consumer, which is basically all of us in a different shape, in a different situation. Because I really think that who's at the end of the story making the big choices and stimulating the important choices also in terms of almost financing, but financing from the point of view of creating an incentive to move in a certain direction is really the consumer. So the only thing I can really say, I can really advocate is for the consumer to take the maximum possible, let's say, in terms of time. The consumer should invest his own time in understanding what's behind the product, what is the company, specific companies doing, et cetera, and on the basis of that make choices. So in a way to reward who and the company, the product that they think are doing the right thing and maybe not in the other cases. So I think that would be a very important way to stimulate some change.
Yeah, great point. Marcos, I think you wanted to comment on that. Very good point on the consumer.
I like to go to the point. We need to create a market for carbon here, so that the farmer has a choice. And the restriction will have to be, don't quit producing food, because we need the food also. But I mean, we need to put the carbon back in the soil. The only way to do it is someone has to pay for it. The farmer has no money. For sure it doesn't. So things will not happen unless we have a carbon market. Sorry to be blunt.
No, but it's perfect. Great point. Berto?
Yeah, it's a pity that Alex left, because I was going to say precisely something very similar. The U.S. industry adapted. They had tremendous support from the U.S. government. right? Not every country can do that, right? So I'm not saying that it's impossible. In answering Gabi's point, it's not that we don't have technology, that we can't get there. It's just expensive to get there. And there is a journey to get there. And by themselves, developing countries and poorer countries are not going to get there. So the question is, what can we do internationally? It's not good enough to come up with a convention or a document agreed by everyone saying, this is the path, let's do it. No. You have to help people to get there. And many countries can do it themselves. And I think answering your question is that each country will have to try to find the right policies that will give the stimulus that is necessary, that will make the economics right for the producer, so that he will, or she will naturally choose and go in that direction because it's good for them as a producer. But if that stimulus is not there, if the equation doesn't end up in a positive with a blue or black, they won't do it. It's as simple as that. They will not do it. So we need to figure that out. I don't know how to do it, but we need to discuss collectively approaches that will let us that will lead us in that direction. Just providing the recipe and exporting your own solution is not going to do the trick.
No, I think you're right, and I think more or less the idea with this panel, with these organizations, ICC Brazil, Argentina, the Agri-Food Hub within ICC, is to start this discussion, right, of the importance of understanding that simply by drawing a map and saying, okay, you guys go there, we'll stay at home and create some protectionism for us, is not going to work. We really need to work together and to have the global value chains, as Mario was telling us in the case of coffee. But I think all the other value chains also need to understand on how to mobilize those financial resources. So, okay, thank you very much. Great presentations, each one of you. Thank you. It's been a pleasure. Thank you for the participants. Thank you for your comments and questions. Thanks.
This is a special panel for us. I think when we're talking about agribusiness, Brazil certainly is a leader. Agribusiness has become a hot topic for this COP. Thankfully, I think it's a great improvement and advancement. But we wanted to take this opportunity to share what Brazil has been doing, very cutting edge, obviously talk about the challenges, but also understand from the government perspective, what are the action plan looking ahead. We have G20 next year, we have COP in 2 years, so a lot of opportunities for us to share and to learn and advance this important agenda. So I wanted to start by just inviting our speakers today. Secretary Roberto Perosa, Secretary for International Relations and Trade of the Brazilian Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock. Please welcome. Mauricio Rodrigues, who is the President of Bayer Crop Science Latin America. Ana Carolina Carregaro, Director of Public Affairs at Nestlé. Luis Bueno, Chief Corporate Affairs Officer at Suzano. We're missing one speaker who's a little bit late. But to moderate this wonderful conversation, we have Renata Amaral, who's a partner at Chez Watanabe, and also co-chair of ICC Brazil's Commission on Environment and Energy. Hey, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Gabriela and ICC. It's an honor to be here with this panel of stars. And more than stars, I would say that we have true leaders here from companies that are taking the climate agenda really seriously. And more than that, you are doing your personal agendas and contributing to climate, a better future, building this path in your companies and in your entities. So thank you so much. As Gabriela said, I'm a partner at Chez Watanabe. I'm a climate change and environmental lawyer. I've been working with climate matters for a certain time, and what I can say is that now that we are here expecting so many positions from governments, what we can see is that the private sector is vibrant. The private sector will lead this agenda along with the public sector. So this is pretty transformative in a sense that we see the private sector really pushing for change and contributing with advocacy and its technical knowledge, and it's great. So I think that this is pretty much what we want to explore here. So how each of you have been seeing in your day-by-day activities the improvements and the challenges related to the agribusiness sector, which is for sure central in this discussion. So I'd like to start, let me put my glasses, after 45, you know. So Roberto, I'd like to start with you. Maybe if you could bring us the Brazilian government perspective. We know that the Brazilian government has been announcing several important initiatives in Brazil and also in cooperation with other countries. So what do you expect from COP, and what are the main measures that we can see from now on? Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, Renata. It's a pleasure to be here among a lot of friends. And from the government perspective, I would say that we have a lot of news. At this year, beginning the President Lula government, we started a whole new bunch of projects and initiatives that led us to these important numbers. Now we have a decrease on the deforestation number, We decreased by 50% the deforestation this year, so I think it's very important for agriculture. This also one of the things that I think that the last government had promised to discuss is it was about deforestation and the action that they were taking to tackle this issue. And so I think at this moment we are in a good point and we have a lot to show the road. Besides of that, we also have at the Agriculture Ministry a new program called Converting Degraded Pasture Areas into Agriculture Land, which I think it's the most important project that we have in the government because it will add to our agriculture land like 40 million hectares, and it's an opportunity to double our production with sustainability, with traceability, with carbon neutral certification. And so I think it's a very good opportunity to show once again to the world how sustainable is our agriculture in Brazil. Well, we just had an information that is very positive for the whole agriculture system in the world, because in Brazil, we keep asking other countries to recognize our legislation and so they can get to know how we produce and how we deliver food to the world. And the UK just announced that they have a new deforestation program or plan or something like that. I don't know the exact name. But they're saying they're going to respect the national legislations. So it's very different from the European Union that want to put some things that they think it would be better for Brazil. And the UK said they are going to respect the Brazilian legislations, and I think it's a mark that we can start spreading this around the world and saying that, well, Brazil has the most modern legislations on agriculture and environmental legislations. And I think it's an opportunity for the agriculture business in Brazil to expand, to intensify its production, but without cutting any trees. We are expecting to convert these degraded areas only on areas that are already used by pastures, by cattle, and so we are not cutting any tree, and it's a possibility that we could double our production in the next 10 years. We have the technology, and known by Embrapa, that was designed in the last 50 years. Embrapa just celebrated the 50-year anniversary this year. And I think we are ready. We can improve our production at this point. Well, I would like to say that we had, 50 years ago, 27 million hectares of agricultural land in Brazil. And by now, by today, we have 65 million. So we increased about 40 million hectares in the last 50 years. And we want to add another 40 million hectares in the next 10 years. So it will be a huge experience. And why 10 years? Because now we know the technology, we have Embrapa, we have the private sector investing, and so we know how to do agriculture on tropical zone, and so I think we have all the possibilities to do that in a sooner time. So that's what Brazil is showing up to the world. We are decreasing the deforestation numbers. We are investing in doubling our production with sustainability, and so I think it's a huge opportunity for companies in Brazil and also for companies around the world that want to invest in Brazil. And we are walking around the world showing these numbers so they can invest in Brazil safely, respecting the environmental issues. And so that's what I think it's very important to say by the government point of view.
Thank you so much, Roberto. This is fantastic. I'm gonna maybe take this opportunity to ask Mauricio to join. Roberto mentioned the importance of the public and private collaboration. And when we talk about, or we think about BEAR, we think about innovation, right? I saw an article that you published some days before coming to COP, and you mentioned that innovation cannot be in silos, it has to be systemic. So Mauricio, tell us a little bit more about your experience also with the rural owners, how you have been engaging with them to really scale these initiatives.
Well, thanks, Renata, and thanks everybody for it's a pleasure to be here to join this panel. So first of all, as you said, we are an innovation company, for sure. We invest globally 2.5 billion euros on an annual basis on R&D in crop science, which is quite a significant amount of money. And Brazil, being the second largest business that we have around the world, receives quite a significant portion of what we target in terms of innovation. But what we have learned historically is we're very good on developing products, and we know that. We've been focusing on... Oops, I see. We've been focusing on developing seeds and traits, developing good crop protection products. But what we have learned more recently is how can you better, first of all, align these two with a lot of digital transformation and bringing more data analysis for that. And second, I think the biggest leverage that we have been experiencing over the last few years, how do you collaborate more? Not only with the government, and we have been doing a lot of initiatives with Embrapa and many others, but also how do you open up for startups and so that you have a clear open innovation environment that you can explore and partner with? Because I think in general terms, we have been developing and kind of embracing the technology advances to continue to explore even more how we innovate. So how we do breeding nowadays versus how we used to do this 10, 15 years ago is completely different. How our operations in terms of production is nowadays versus where it was 5, 10 years ago, it's completely different. And all of this always, of course, with a completely different mindset in terms of sustainability advances as well. But I would say more importantly is how do we add our knowledge and partner with the government, with other companies, and continue to collaborate. So what we've learned is to make it be much faster and much more kind of an ecosystem, we need to partner with other companies and with the government as much as possible. So that's been our focus. I would say here in Brazil, we have been very successful on that. Quite a few examples, not only in the sustainability front, but also in many others. So I think that's been our focus and our intention to go forward.
Great. Thank you so much. Hello? Okay. I'm going to bring Ana Carolina to the discussion. And I would like you to be very bold and to talk about supply chain. We know that Nestlé has been really facing this issue very seriously. I know this is crucial for your business. So how have you been approaching it as a challenge and also as an opportunity?
Okay. So thank you so much for the invitation. Actually, it's quite the challenge, but I think on this agenda, on the climate change agenda, we have to discuss this and to do this with all our cross value chain. So actually, we are engaging our farmers, our suppliers, our distributors. So we have all them together on this. So when Nestlé has been discussion and doing things in sustainability for the past 20 years, but we come up with our roadmap on decarbonization on 2018. At that time, we put some targets. So we have the first target to deliver the reduction on 20% of emissions in 2025, so it's pretty much here, and reducing the 50% of emissions in 2030, and the whole decarbonization of the agenda on 2050. But when you are talking about Nestlé, this is the target for all of Nestlé. So we are talking about more than 217,000 collaborators. We're talking about more than 160 factories, and we are among 160 countries. So in Brazil, we do have this footprint also, and actually the roadmap is for Nestlé globally. But the challenge for us actually is that when we come to the plan and we realize that 75% of our emissions on our footprint is on agriculture. So we need to do this together with farmers. So Nestlé can do this in a large scale because we are talking about globally 500,000 farmers. In Brazil, we have 7,100 farmers. These farmers, they're based on dairy, coffee, and cocoa. So in order to do this, we need to work with them together. And every time it's going to be directly to them, but also engaging, for example, our trader or our partner. I'm saying buyers here. So we do have partnerships in collaborating with researchers. So it's not easy, but it's a journey that we need to put everybody on board. So we have programs in all of the chains. So actually the challenge is how to scale up. So for you to do your cross value chain, you need to do these partnerships. You're not going to do this alone, actually.
Thank you, Ana. Luis, I'm gonna ask you maybe to also jump in another sensitive matter, which is biodiversity and the connection with climate and Suzano's actions. Suzano has been very vocal on its initiatives on climate. I remember when I woke up, I think during COP at Glasgow, I saw the Financial Times, like the cover was all yellow with your position on climate. It was fantastic to see how you were being so really vocal to say your position and position the company. So tell us a little bit more on this internal process. Maybe you could start talking about that, the internal process that you go through to get there, and then also if you want to bring the biodiversity matter to the table, that would be great.
Wonderful. First of all, I would like to thank ICC for the invitation to be in this panel, and also salute my colleagues here on the panel. And it's a great opportunity to be here, to be able to discuss with you about these initiatives that we have. Just to give you a context, Suzano has 2.4 million hectares of land in Brazil, 1.4 of planted forests, and 1 million hectares of reserves on all different biomes in Brazil, spread all over Brazil. And we have several initiatives, but all of them linked to the farms where we have the trees. And nowadays, we plant every single day we plant 1.3 million trees. 365 days a year, 1.3 million trees are planted every day. And besides all of that, this knowledge that we have it's a machine to plant trees, not only eucalyptus trees, but also to restore reserves. We have several initiatives linked to biodiversity. I'm gonna tell two of these initiatives here. One, a few years ago, we released a set of long-term goals that we track every single year, and it's public information. So one of them is to connect 500,000 hectares of reserves, because what we have nowadays is you have reserves spread all over the different farms, not only ours, but the other farmers as well, but they are not linked. So biodiversity cannot travel across all these reserves. So we set a goal to connect 500,000 hectares of those reserves. We estimate around 53,000 hectares of corridors that will be able to connect all this. And with this project that we won't do it ourselves, we need the partners to do it. We estimate that we will be able to set free all of the biodiversity that is today is constrained on a single piece of reserve. So this is one project. The other one, last year here at the COP, we launched a new company called Biomas. It's Suzano with 5 other partners. And Biomas has an ambition to be able to get concession of public land that the state won't be able to restore it, degraded land. And we want to be able to use the knowledge that we have from the forests to be able to get those degraded land, replant with the forests that they have on that specific biomas, and finance it with carbon. So this will be good for the government that has the degraded land but perhaps won't have the capital or the knowledge to finance it. It would be good for the society, which will regain forests that were degraded, and this will be financed with carbon. So this is a win-win situation for everyone, so we're very happy with this company as well. So those are 2 examples of what we've been doing.
Yeah, this is amazing. The numbers are really spectacular. Maybe, Roberto, if we can go back to you mention some issues related to trade, connected with sustainability and agriculture. So what are the government's expectations on that, on the connection of trade and agriculture and sustainability and climate?
Well, it's a very important question because this year we had the hugest harvest plan in Brazil in the whole history of Brazil. So we had like 440 billion reals for the harvest plan. And this harvest plan demands that every investment that is made on the field is based on low carbon agriculture. So that's the challenge that we have. And in those past governments, not only the last one, but other governments, we had a huge amount of investment, but not really linked to agriculture, to low carbon agriculture. So this year we are very focused on low carbon agriculture. We have the ABC plan also in this version 2030. And so we have a lot to impose, to give strength to the producers, to the farmers, to produce with sustainability. One example of that, you were saying that you plant 1.3 million trees every day, right? And I have another huge number here. I don't know how to say that exactly in English, but we have a process of poultry and chicken in Brazil of 25 million chickens per day. So it's huge. It's a huge amount. And it's a very good example of how sustainable Brazil is, because we got to have this product every day. And so we got to have sustainability to do that. Well, we're giving instruments to the people in the field, to countryside in Brazil, to explore and to produce more with sustainability. We've been trying to deliver more platforms. Brazil is thinking about launching a new platform. We're discussing with the European Union a new platform that will regulate this deforestation bill of the European Union. And they are accepting very well this instrument. And so we are negotiating with them about this. And Brazil is doing we are doing our job. We are giving finance to the farmers. We are giving money. We are telling them that, well, you got to produce, but you got to produce based on low carbon agriculture, based on sustainability. And because of that, we have been recognized around the world. Only this year, we opened 75 new markets for Brazilian products. So it's a huge opening of new markets. And it's the possibility that people are seeing how the work has been doing in Brazil and how sustainable we are in producing from the field. So I think we have a lot of initiatives and programs that lead us to be a leader in the world about producing and delivering food to the people and combating hunger as well. And so I think we have a lot of opportunities around the globe, but we gotta tell them this. And I think we are doing that right now.
Great. I think, Mauricio, if you could connect it with Roberto's speech, maybe if you could help us to understand how Bayer connects its global policy with the reality that we have in Brazil. We know that you have these innovative programs all over the world, in the US. So how is it that Bayer translates these programs, and maybe what are the differences that you see when you come to Latin America and Brazil?
Yeah, no, great question. Thanks for that. Actually, I think different from many other sectors where Brazil is eventually not the #1 or 2, specifically in the ag sector, even being part of a multinational, I would say we're much less subject to standard format programs that we need to adapt and install here in a defined way. I would say it happens, of course, for you to leverage from programs that are globally enabled and systems that are globally enabled. But at the end of the day, you kind of set a tone on how it needs to be made within Brazil. And many times even you export that. And I can offer you a few examples. So typically we develop seeds and traits. And normally, of course, you develop that in the US where you have the biggest base and you spread that all over the world. Brazil was probably one of the first one that had a technology adapted only for Brazil, technology for soy that is largely used here nowadays, Intacta technology. So that was developed for here, and actually we use that also for Argentina, Paraguay, and so on. So that is one example. The other one, we have the carbon project. That is something that is in the US, here in Brazil, it is in Argentina, and some other places. At the end of the day, when we launched that, we leveraged a technology pretty much, also the climate field view, which is the base platform for us to be able to expand that. So this is a global platform that we use largely here. But by the time that it got here, I would say it was also tropicalized. And we have been multiplying that over the last 3 years, roughly working with 2,000 growers in order to continue to expand that. That is a partnership with Embrapa. So you pretty much have a Carbon Brazil project that now is actually being leveraged somewhere else. So I would say in our case, it's probably the other way around. We're the second largest country. We're the highest growth rate around the world. So I think we position ourselves not only to say, you offer me, and we want to collaborate. We want to learn a lot from this global experience and leverage many of the global resources that we have, because that's certainly the biggest opportunity that we have as a multinational. But at the same time, making sure that things are adapted for us and they are perfect for us, and then potentially we can leverage that. I would say in Latin America, we leverage a lot of initiatives that we have here. Our marketplace is another example. It's called Orbia. It was developed and designed here in Brazil. We expanded that to Argentina, to Colombia, to Mexico. So many of the initiatives that are developed here for our programs, they are actually exported, leveraging the global organization. So we position ourselves in a better way that we don't necessarily need just to adapt things that comes from external.
Yeah, very interesting examples. Ana, would you maybe also comment on you mentioned all the initiatives in the supply chain, and maybe if you could give us some examples of the initiatives that you have there, the types of partnerships, and also how you are, as Mauricio mentioned, translating the global policy into the reality that we have in Brazil.
Okay.
So actually, I'm focusing on the regenerative agriculture practice, but also we do have other things regarding circularity. And for example, one of the things that we have is recycling all the packaging that we use. So we have the targets to recycle 100% of the packaging on 2025. We are also on projects on circularity. So there are many things going on regarding tackle deforestation, because we are doing reforestation also and on biodiversity. But I'm going to talk about the examples on the region ag, because I do think it's the most important when you bring the farmers to the center. So, for example, in the dairy chain, and I'm going to talk about the dairy because we did this launch here on COP28, the Dairy Methane Alliance. So Nestle, together with Lactalis and Danone, we signed actually a call to action to disclosure our emissions on methane after, because it's really important to be transparent. And this is a thing that it really helps to move forward the agenda. So regarding the dairy, for example, in Brazil, we have 1,200 farmers, and we do have a program. It's Nature by Ninho. This program actually, it has increased all over the years because we have since 2006. So during these past years, there are some pillars on the program because it's mainly technical assistance, also regarding transfer and technology and developing programs, but also empowerment women and also the youth, actually. But in the last few years, I would say 2 years, we had come to other important indicators, actually, and for that, we have a partnership with Embrapa. Actually, Nestlé has a long-term partnership with Embrapa, and I would say here it's the public institution of research and development that is really, really important. So we developed a carbon calculator and also some metrics to adequate. Actually, we are measuring the water the farmers are using and so many resources. So we have indicators to, and it's important because we do provide the assistance and the training among the program. So we are talking about soil, the health of the soil. We're talking about water, biodiversity, manure management, and also animal welfare. And in the end, we increase with some practices of regenerative agriculture along the program. And it was really important because this program begins with quality issues and best practice. But now that we are measuring and we do pay, because one of the most important things is the livelihood of the farmers. So we do pay prices when you enter the program. So we did this pilot in the past 2 years with some group of farmers and another for the regenerative practice during this 1 year of project. The thing is, we did have some good numbers. So in 1 year of project, we had 9.5 reduction on emissions. It was really good. On 2 years of measuring water, we had 75,000 millions of waters that were reduced. And also we do have recovered 9.2 thousand hectares on soil. So in the end of the day, all of this, we had 80% on reduction of costs, but the most important number, together with reduction on emissions, that we had 4% of increasing profitability for the farmers. So this was really important for us because actually the farmer needs actually to make more money. In order for them to be resilient and do the things they need to do, we need to do this together, but we are talking about the risks because actually he's not going to do things that it's going to jeopardize what he already knows. So we are trying to do this. So Nestle is investing in the farmer directly. It's important programs like the low carbon agriculture that Brazil has, and it's super important to include these practices on this. But I would say this is the most achieved that we had in the dairy, for example. And an interesting thing is that in Brazil we do have we don't have only one harvest. For sure, we have more, but it was really interesting because on the first harvest, it was a minor number of farmers doing the regenerative practices, and when we were in the second harvest, the number has increased because actually they were talking to each other. So this is a good example in order to us to scale up. It's going to be a long journey, but good examples when you are empowering the farmer and he's making more money, actually it's a good way for you to do these partnerships across your value chain.
Luis, would you like to jump in? You already brought examples, but if you'd like also to bring the views that Suzano is having on that, and also if you could elaborate a little bit more on the private and public collaboration, I think that would be great.
Great. We take very seriously the ESG and all the three letters. So, as I mentioned before, a few years ago, we launched 15 initiatives that we say it's a program to renew life. And those 15 initiatives, we set long-term goals until 2030. And they encompasses the E, the S, and the G. So in terms of diversity, we have targets for minorities on leadership positions, and they are part of the bonus of 100% of the managers and directors of the company. So all of us have on our annual bonus a target for diversity. Regarding the social part, we launched also a big ambition to take 200,000 people out of poverty. So usually those communities that lives nearby our farms. So what we're doing a lot of programs trying to integrate them on our supply chain as suppliers. When they do not have the knowledge, we create a series of programs that we can teach some skills. When they do not have the capital, we do some lending, microfinance lending for them to start up the new business. So by doing that, we want to achieve this goal in the next 5 years, that is to take out these 200,000 people out of poverty. And regarding the sustainability part, one of the goals is to take out 40,000 million tons of carbon out of the atmosphere and also reduce 15% our emission, reduce the amount of water that we use to produce our products. So that those are some of the examples of the 15 initiatives that we have. And those initiatives, there's a huge collaboration with the government. We won't be able to achieve the majority of them without the collaboration, not only with the government, but also with other private sectors and companies, because we do not think that we're going to achieve these alone. We will only be able to achieve these through partnerships, and we are always looking for opportunities to tell our story and invite more people to join. Biomas is a great example. We developed the idea of biomas within Suzano and invited 5 other companies because we thought that if we had 6 companies, we would be able to achieve a greater solution better than if we were by ourselves. So partnerships for us is essential to achieve the goals.
Awesome. So I'm going to open for questions. Gabi's already there with one. Gabi, as you are the owner of the house, I'm going to leave. There is one there and then Bia here.
Thank you. I'm Marcio Viegas, founder of Sustain. I have two questions maybe. First, how the government is planning to add 40 million acres, and that's almost doubling what we had a few years ago, while keeping these very good numbers we have, 50% reduction in the first 11 months. Easy to say, hard to implement. 64 November compared with November. I don't know what's your forecast for the end of the year, but this is very good for Brazil to improve the credibility, you know? And credibility is key. So when we have numbers, when we talk about ESG and we say good things like planting trees, but also you cut trees. So let's balance the message. So this is very important to have this credibility. So how you do that? And then on adaptation, which is something that we have not discussed here yet. What are your plans in general for all companies and also for the government to adapt the Brazilian agriculture to the climate crisis? I mean, I was speaking at a panel a few minutes ago, and that was a key message Danone and all big companies were discussing. It's a big threat, and in some regions you may even have to change the crops because you cannot grow, I don't know, I mean, soybean in Brazil, we can have it forever, but what about adaptation? What are your plans for the government and for each company? Thank you.
Well, I think I can start with the government view. Well, let me tell you a story. In Brazil, as I said, we had 27 million hectares in agricultural land 50 years ago, okay? Today, we have 65. So we increased about 40 million, like just like I said. And we have a plan to add another 40 million based in science. And I'm going to explain why. Today, the private sector is already converting about 1.5 million hectares per year. It's like in Uruguay each year that we add to our production. And doing by no government incentives, no protection, no insurance. And so the private sector is already doing 1.5 million hectares each year. So it's very easy to believe that with government support, with government financing, and we're looking for foreign finance also, we're talking with funds, sovereign funds, big companies. It's very easy to believe that we can double this target, this goal. And one thing that we are thinking also is that we are using degraded pasture areas. We're not using degraded areas. We're not talking about degraded areas at all. We're just talking about degraded pasture areas where we already have cattle. So if we have cattle over there, we can convert these areas to agriculture land more easily. We have a study that says that we would need about $3,000 per hectare to do this conversion. But in this $3,000, it has a lot of things inside of that. It has the soil correction, we have machinery, we have environmental adjustments that we need to do. We have training also, people training. So when you need to convert from degraded pasture areas just to well-managed pasture areas, you don't need to invest $3,000. You just need to invest like $800 or $1,000. So it's a lot cheaper, okay? But we can intensify in this area. So we think it's possible to double our area approximately. Doing these investments, we will need a huge amount of money. If you look at the first number, $3,000 per hectare versus 40 million, we would need $120 billion in the next 10 years, would be $12 billion each year. And you go, well, it's going to be hard. No, it's not going to be hard. We already have $3 billion compromised with companies and governments just since July that we started talking with people. that they want to invest in Brazil to convert these areas. And there are a lot of ways of doing that. Syngenta is a company that is already doing this with Itaú Bank, and it's a very positive program that they have. It's called Revert. And they're already doing like 200,000 hectares each year, just one company, you know? So Brazil is huge. Brazil, we have climate in Brazil. We have people devoted to this production in Brazil. And so this program is also important. Well, it's very important to avoid deforestation. I would say it's the most important issue that we are facing, avoiding deforestation. So that's the answer, how we will keep these numbers. We are not talking about the Amazonia, the bioma, Amazon, because these areas, these degraded areas, are all in the center-south of Brazil, a long way from Amazon. So we'll have this opportunity to do that. And we think we'll give development to the countryside of Brazil. We will assure food security for the whole world. If we do that in the next 10 years, we will be the first country in the world exporting foods. And so, and bringing peace around the world. I think it's that. You know, I think we have a really good opportunity for doing that. We have the technology, well, like just she said about Embrapa. Embrapa, at 50 years ago, we didn't have Embrapa. So we had difficulties to start this conversion, and now we have Embrapa. Embrapa knows everything about tropical agriculture, and it's an example for the world. And so with Embrapa, with investments, with the producer's knowledge, we can do that in 10 years or 10 or 12. We say 10 for a target, but it can be in 12 years or 15, but it's a target, you know. And I think it's very feasible to do that. And we are very excited to do that by the side from the government, hoping the private sector adopt this project also. We have some companies that are adopting. We have some meat companies that are adopting this project also. We have Chinese companies adopting this project. And so we think will be very, very believable to do that. Okay.
Yeah.
Can I just jump into? Tá ligado? So just to your second question with respect to the climate change and what companies are doing. So that's pretty much our focus and how we continue to develop different technologies. So first of all is how do you develop products that may be potentially more adapted to climate change, and we've been working in several different ways. We're launching, for example, a shorter corn in the northern hemisphere that at some point in time will come to the southern hemisphere as well, that helps in terms of high winds and many things like that, and you can have a much higher yield in the same area. We're bringing different types of several different crops around the world and bringing that to Brazil so that you can adapt to the potential climate change. It's not as easy, of course, but we keep constantly developing and investing a lot of money on that. And I would say that, as I said in the first question, knowing more data and being able to predict much better, I think that's the biggest challenge. So we've been using a lot of the technology so that you can adapt the solutions and potentially develop products that are much more sustainable. So that's, I would say, at least from a company standpoint, on the input side, that's probably the biggest focus of our attention.
Hi, I'm Beatriz from Copersucar, and I was listening to each one of you, and I really enjoy it, and I'm a full supporter of the Brazilian agribusiness sector. But every time I hear the examples and everything, I keep thinking the Brazilian agribusiness sector is already so sustainable. And of course, when we talk about carbon market, we have to talk about additionality. But our agriculture is already so developed, and how can we recognize it without putting... I know that asking for water reduction and everything is already so important, but how can we recognize what has already been done? And for instance, the plant-based industry, it's amazing. It has been developing for decades. I'm from sugarcane business, and it already has been developed for decades. And how can we recognize the Brazilian agriculture even without saying what it's missing, you know? Because it's totally different from other countries' agriculture, and not only asking for more, but how can we recognize what has already been done in the last 50 years?
Well, I really like the challenge of the question, because I do think it's an important point, and to think about this. What I do think, considering that I work, I don't know, like 17 years in the food and beverage company with agriculture, what I can say is that Brazil has a lot of good practices, and part of them are really sustainable. But I think what it misses maybe is the endorsement that I don't think we have yet globally. So when we are having these discussions, and I'm really enjoying to be part of this, that we are going to share these examples and the stories that we have, this kind of story, it doesn't happen like from one year to another. So Nestlé has been in Brazil for 102 years, actually. So Bayer, all the companies are here, Suzano, it's quite a long-term relationship with agriculture. So when I think about this, I think our lack actually is to try to put everyone on the same table and try to have this endorsement for the international community. So we need to talk more with the food and agriculture on the United Nations. For example, we need sometimes ICA can do this also. So we need to actually talk and share our good examples with the right stakeholders, I would say, because this is an agenda of multiple stakeholders. We are all together on this, but I think we need to talk more within the international community, and we need to share the stories, the examples, but mainly they have to come to see it. That's why I'm so excited about COP30, because it's going to be really different, the perspective, when you get to see what is important. For example, in cocoa. Cocoa, in order to grow, needs the forest. So it's exactly the opposite if you are thinking in deforestation. It's not able to plant cocoa. So actually, we need these stories, and we need Brazil to be seen. So I don't know.
Yeah, I just have one thing to add. At the last years in Brazil, we had a lot of initiatives around the government, from the point of view of the government. We had a Treasury Department point of view, we had the Environmental Ministry point of view, we had the Agriculture point of view, the Embrapa point of view, and we have decided, Bia, to establish a new committee at the Ministry of Agriculture, led by our minister, that will put together all these initiatives. So we will have representatives from all these ministries at the Ministry of Agriculture to debate the carbon credit market in Brazil. And so discussing in Brazil, we can expand internationally. So I think it's a good initiative. It has just been launched, this committee. We will start this program in January, probably. So I think it's a new opportunity to discuss the carbon credit market in Brazil and why we are not inside of this market in Brazil, why agriculture is not being considered in this market.
Do you mind if I just add one thing, because I really like the question. So first of all, my perception is we need to recognize that if we're not perceived, there must be something that we need to improve in terms of our communication. So I think that is a very important point, to recognize that we're certainly not communicating well. And when I say that, it's not government, it's the whole agribusiness in Brazil, and we need to change the way we communicate. There may be different reasons for why people are not listening, but independently, we need to change the narrative, and I would say COP30 will be certainly a very good opportunity, and we cannot miss that. But in terms of a tangible example that we had to deal with that, we work at, I mentioned a couple of times the work that we've been doing with Embrapa in our Pro Carbono project. The focus was to show how we can have a low-carbon soy business in Brazil, instead of just focusing on the way the methodology is developed that. So we have been developing over the last few years with Embrapa to get to a footprint, a calculator that you could actually recognize the standards of a tropical environment and show how much actually this soy is low carbon in itself. So we have done a kind of a pilot test this year, which is a continuation of the program that we have been developing over the last 3 years with around 10 growers, roughly around 160,000 hectares, and aligned with a trading company and showing this on a calculator that is proved, that is certified globally, that you can show how low carbon your soy is. So that is kind of showing and trying to prove and change the narrative on how you can perceive Brazilian agribusiness from a technology standpoint. So that's, I think, initiatives like that, we need to have a substantial amount of more and being able to scale those initiatives so that we can have much more volume perceived in this way.
I think, Bia, that's a great question. And I think you nailed it, because our problem is not lack of initiatives. For me, it's lack of communication and a structured communication plan that has both the governmental side but also the private sector. None of us alone will be able to change the perception of Brazil. I went to a series of meetings on the European Union, and it's impressive how they lack knowledge of what we do. And when we are able to tell them, just like a panel like this, they got extremely impressed with what we do, how clean our energy is, and what we do. So I think that with the new government that I think has a better acceptance outside Brazil, in terms at least they will listen to us, I think we need to structure both the governmental side and also the private sector a Brazilian communications plan so that each sector, together with the government, we can start to change this narrative, because there is a big narrative against Brazil for several years, and it's time to change it, because we do have a series of extremely nice stories to tell, and we need to tell those stories.
It's a wonderful closing. Gabi, your final remarks, maybe? I think we have like 30 seconds. Sorry.
No, but this was great. I was going to ask a question about finance, but I know where you all are back in Brazil, and we will hunt you so we can think about this together. But on the communication side, just to reinforce, I mean, we're a global institution, and it is frustrating to see how little we manage to get our message across. So happy to rethink with all of us together in terms of what other avenues and channels we can access, because I think that's the point. We already do a lot, and somehow we're still defending, you know, our great credentials, and it gets to be very frustrating. So just let's all think of this seriously together, because if we get that out of the way, then we can concentrate on additional things that we need to do. So I think that's a much more positive agenda.
Thank you, Gabi. Thank you, everyone, for attending. And a special thanks for our panel for the energy and availability to be here in the last days of COP. And I wish we have good travels back home and a good final closing of COP with many good news for Brazil. Thank you so much.